Good morning. Thanks so much for joining us on this Memorial Day. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Today, as you know, millions of Americans remember veterans who defended our freedoms and lost their lives fighting for our country. And as we gear up to celebrate our nation's 250th birthday, some 40 days from today, our focus remains with the United States Armed Forces and to those who served our great country. So we'll be going back to that video there as well as we are here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on RSBN.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, we'll have live coverage throughout the day in Washington, D.C. There are a few things going on, as you guys know, as you're seeing pictures from across the nation. Yesterday, I was at a Lowe's parking lot, and there was a whole setup there. We'll be showing you some of that video here in just a little bit. What we know is at 10 o'clock this morning, the National Memorial Day Parade by the American Veterans Center will be held in D.C. Soon after the pre-program begins for the official Memorial Day event in Arlington, Virginia. And then at 12 p.m., President Trump will lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier and will deliver remarks at Arlington National Cemetery. Of course, we'll have all of that here for you. Speaking of that, let's do this. I believe we do have a feed of some of the parade that's going on right now. Director, is that right? All right. All right, let's go to some of the parade that's going on right now in Washington.
Across the Taiwan Strait today, our forces have always been closely intertwined and have transcended into a steadfast fraternity in safeguarding the front lines of democracy. As America's like-minded partner in the Asia-Pacific region, Taiwan is honored in celebrating the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States with you all. Today, Taiwan is a trusted ally working towards shared prosperity, security, and the advancement of technology to serve as a force for good. We will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder to ensure that freedom, democracy, continue to be our way of life through the generations. Let us once again pay tribute to those heroes who have served and laid down their lives, and may the friendship between the United States and ROC Taiwan endure. Thank you very much.
All right, so some of the pre-programmed speakers there, as you see on the right side of your screen, that parade starts at about 10 o'clock. So there are some pre-programmed speakers. We also have a number of live interviews and interviews to get to here on the network. That's some of the colleagues, I guess, in the media. We'll be talking about the parade there, so we'll go to that in just a second. Again, it starts at 10 a.m. Meantime, if you're just joining us, good morning and thanks again for joining us here on this Memorial Day. Today, of course, millions of Americans remember veterans who defended our freedoms and lost their lives fighting for our country. As we gear up to celebrate our nation's 250th birthday, some 40 days from today, our focus remains with the United States Armed Forces and to those who served our great country.
Please welcome Mr. Van Morris as he shares an amazing tribute to our American flag, Old Glory.
Thank you very much. The Old Glory presentation that you're about to witness is a time-honored tradition that symbolizes our service members, our veterans, and our first responders rise through the ranks. But most importantly, it represents their love for a nation that they so proudly served. Now, if I could get all of you to use your imagination just for one moment. Imagine our flag having a personality. What type of attitude and swagger do you think it would have? Now imagine a flag having a voice. What exactly would it say to its outstanding service members, its veterans, its first responders? What would it say to you? Well, I would like to draw your attention to just one fact. The fact of the matter is, the United States flag is the most recognized symbol in the world for peace and freedom. And my friends, when it comes to freedom, well, freedom is not free. It comes with a price paid for by our prisoners of war, our missing in action. We have over 80,000 missing in action personnel right now, today, by our veterans who have accumulated countless injuries and disabilities, and our outstanding service members who are serving around the globe in defense of our great nation. So let there be no doubt that I believe that if this flag could speak, it would say, I am the flag of the United States of America, but my name is Old Glory. I fly atop the world's tallest buildings, and I stand watch in America's halls of justice. I fly majestically across the great institutions of learning, and I stand guard with the greatest military power in the world. Look up and see me. I stand for peace, truth, honor, and justice. I stand for freedom. I am confident, I am brave, I am proud, and I am ready. When I am flown with my fellow banners, my head is held a little higher, and my colors are a little truer. Except for my God, I bow to no one, and I am recognized all over the world. I am sovereign, I am saluted, I am respected, I am honored, I am loved, and yet I am feared. I have fought in every battle of every war for more than 200 years. Some of these battles include Gettysburg, Shiloh, Appomattox, San Juan Hill, the trenches of France, the Aragon Forest, Anzio, Rome, the beaches of Normandy, Guam, Okinawa, Korea, Quezon, Saigon, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, Kuwait, and Syria, and scores of other places long forgotten by all, except those who were there with me. I know because I was there. I led my special operations forces in the quiet of the night, and at the tip of the spear, I saw them fight fearlessly around the globe every day of the year. I watched over them, even during the casualties of Desert One, and they still love me. Now they're the fighting forces you cannot see. I was on a small hill called Iwo Jima. I was dirty, battle-worn, tired. But my soldiers, sailors, airmen, Coast Guardsmen, my Marines, they all cheered me, and I was so very proud. I was at Ground Zero in New York City when cowardly fanatics attacked America. I was raised from the ashes of once proud buildings by brave firefighters and police. These were heroes who risked their lives to save others, showing all that America, although bloody, will never be beaten, because those who destroy me cannot win. For I am the symbol of freedom, of one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I have been soiled, burned, torn, and trampled on in the streets of my own country. And when it is done by those whom I have served with in battle, it hurts. But hear me today when I say I will overcome, because I am strong. I have slipped the surely bounds of earth, and from my vantage point on the moon, I stand watch over the uncharted new frontiers of space. And I have been that silent witness to all of America's finest hours. But my finest hour comes when my stripes are torn into strips to be used as bandages to cover the wounds of my fellow comrades. And also when I fly at half-mast to honor my soldiers, sailors, airmen, Coast Guardsmen, Marines, and my Space Force guardians. But most importantly, when I'm placed into the trembling arms of a grieving mother at the gravesite of her fallen son or daughter, I am so very proud. My name is Old Glory. Long may I wave, dear God. Long may I wave. Thank you. Thank you.
So that was Evangelo Morris. He's a military veteran turned motivational speaker. He goes around the country speaking about Old Glory and about those who defend it. He'll be joining us here shortly on Right Side Broadcasting Network. In the meantime, let's go to some of our sponsors as we await the live feed there in Arlington, Virginia. And of course in Washington, D.C., as well as the parade is getting kicked off here at about 10 o'clock Eastern time. Let's go to All Family Pharmacy. Specifically, Americans, of course, are tired of being told to wait or jump through endless hoops just to access the medications they may already know they need. If your health is your responsibility, why does it feel like someone else is always in control? That's why more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy, whether it's everyday maintenance medications, common antibiotics, or simply being prepared before travel or emergencies. All Family Pharmacy makes the process simple, fast, and secure. No crowded waiting rooms, no unnecessary hassle, just a convenient way to order your medications online from a trusted U.S. pharmacy focused on helping families stay prepared. Because the reality is shortages do happen, delays happen, emergencies happen, and peace of mind starts with being proactive, not reactive. So right now, when you visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN and use that promo code RSBN10, you'll save 10% off your order at checkout. Because being prepared isn't extreme, it's simply common sense. Visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, use that RSBN10 promo code as we are live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, it's 9/16, Monday, May 25th. Let's go to Birch Gold Group. As you see on your screen there, when there are supply constraints on commodities, prices surge. You saw it with fuel prices when the Strait of Hormuz was blockaded. And we also know that gold is a limited commodity. They mine it out of the ground, of course, and when it's gone, it's gone. Governments can't just print more of it, and that's why everyone from central banks to savvy savers are diversified with gold. So if you've been thinking about it for years but have still never moved some of your savings into physical gold, Birch Gold Group is who we trust to help you. So now through May 29th, Birch Gold is giving first-time gold buyers a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. For details and a free information kit on diversifying into gold, text Trump to the number 989898. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Again, text Trump to the number 989898 to see if you qualify for that first-time gold buyer rebate of up to $10,000. Again, Trump to 989898. All right, it's 9/17, Monday, May 25th. Of course, it is Memorial Day. We are here live at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We will be going live to D.C., of course, and to Arlington National Cemetery for quite the morning as we remember those who have fallen for our country and fought for our freedoms. Now, if you're just joining us, Evangelo Morris is a military veteran turned motivational speaker. He goes around the country speaking about Old Glory and about those who defend it. And joining us right now is the man you saw on that video. Evangelo Morris joins us right now live here on Right Side. How you doing, man?
Outstanding. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be a part of the show today. It's truly an honor.
Definitely. Thank you so much for your service to this country. Let's talk about your service. I believe you were a part of the Navy. Is this right? Yes,
that's correct. So I joined the Navy. Believe it or not, I wasn't a patriot. A lot of folks join the military and they're not necessarily patriots. They join because of college. They join because they want a green card. They want to fast track to citizenship, all kinds of reasons. But the leadership in the Navy really took hold of me and really cultivated me, breathed life into me, and I became a patriot when that had happened. So I'm so proud of what all the branches of service, I just so happen to be in the Navy, but all of the branches of service, what they offer to those that join.
And so when you're up there on the stage in front of thousands of people in these auditoriums and churches and just venues, you know, to have that drive every time you're up there and deliver it the way you do, can you share with us on kind of a fireside chat of your heart right now, of why you do what you do every time you're up there?
Yes, the reason I do what I do, first of all, is because it's a God-given talent. So when God gives the talent and you step into that talent, it just becomes natural and it seems natural. So I get up and I wasn't really realizing the impact that I was making until patriots began to tell me at retirement ceremonies, hey, you're really making an impact. So I needed people to tell me that this was really impressing upon them greatly. So that started the whole thing, the God-given talent and people telling you, hey, you're doing great.
And then on top of that, when we look at our 250th anniversary or birthday coming up, what does today, Memorial Day, mean to you? And then also, how would we preserve another 250 years of freedom?
Yes, well said. So, today we're looking at this year coming into our 250th. That's our semi-quincentennial birthday. And what we need to do is reflect on how we got here. And we got here in part on the backs of those that serve. But we also need to celebrate today, and we also need to think about where do we want to go from here? Because we do not want all of the wars and the casualties of war to be marginalized. If we don't, and it will be if we don't have a plan or put some effort into, hey, where are we going from here?
Exactly. And hopefully things like the Save America Act will pass. I mean, having voter
Exactly.
ID, I mean, nobody should argue with voter ID and proof of citizenship in our great country. I mean, you think about our military, they're protecting our freedoms, but we have to keep those freedoms going on here, specifically within Congress and passing a thing like the Save America Act, no?
Yes, 100%. This is common sense kind of stuff. And as I go around the country, when I talk to the kids of all ages, from pre-K all the way up through college, we talk about America's common sense core values. And like you said, these are the common sense things that every American should rally behind. It should not even be a political thing at all.
And let's talk about that freedom once again. I mean, I posted the other day, we are in the greatest nation on earth. I posted a flag of it says 250, you know, all the things. But
Yes.
why are we in the greatest nation on earth, in your opinion?
Yes, we're in the greatest nation because of a couple of reasons. One is because of our motto. Our motto is, in God we trust. And too many Americans don't know the motto. When you tell them this, oh yeah, I know it. But that is our official motto approved by Congress. So that's first thing. And number two, we have the finest fighting force in the world. And that's not because of officers. I became an officer over time, but it's because of our enlisted corps. And that started way back with George Washington in the Continental Army. So that is why. And then if I had to throw a third in there, it would be Americans getting after it, the corporations, the churches, the media, and the families that understand the core values that got us to where we are. So the military can only get you so far, but everyday Americans, you know, being the best version of themselves, that matters. And let me say one more thing. I don't want every American to feel like they need to join the military, because we're better than that. We can be the best with 1%. We have less than 1% of the citizens serving now,
and we're the best. So the other Americans, they're serving in a different way.
Exactly. It reminds me of a couple things. Secretary of the Department of War, Pete Hegseth, calling the military when he was speaking recently, the 1%. You guys are the 1%.
That's
and
right.
Man, it's the greatest military on earth. And then you think about various things on a biblical perspective. You talked about in God we trust. You look at the Bible, and there are different ministries within in the Bible too. You can't have everybody doing just one thing. And that reminds me of what you're talking about here for everyday America, for the military, for wherever we are in this great country. Where can people follow your work? Where can people experience one of the events when you're talking about Old Glory? And you're not really talking, you're delivering Old Glory.
Yes, they can simply, there's two sites they can go to. Either one will work. They can go to healingamerica.com. healingamerica.com, or they can go to my name, evangelomorris.com. Either one will get you there.
Thank you
so much for giving me that opportunity. I appreciate it so much.
Definitely. And if people are watching right now, if you want to see that video, you just got to replay it a little bit later in the broadcast. But Evangelo Morris, thanks for your service to this country.
And thank you again for allowing me an opportunity to be a part of this great day.
Definitely.
Appreciate it.
Definitely.
Blessings.
You too. All right, it's 9/24 Monday, May 25th. Yeah, if you missed that video, it's quite the video of Evangelo on stage in front of thousands of people, just talking about our country, talking about Old Glory, and great to see that. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. This live stream broadcast today brought to you by a number of great sponsors, including Kalshi.com/RSBN. Of course, you can use the QR code. You can download the app if you'd like. A lot of different people betting on different things out there when it comes to a lot of topics: politics, sports, faith, weather, whatever. Kalshi.com/RSBN. Is the place to go. Again, download the app or go to that QR code that you see there on your screen. One of the topics people are talking about, the mayoral race out there in Los Angeles, or even, in Texas when it comes to the Republican primary coming up in actually tomorrow. So you can check it out too, Kalshi.com/RSBN. Also, let's take a minute to speak to all the parents out there. It's no secret that our kids are often fed incomplete or inaccurate lessons in school about American history and our nation's incredible journey. With America's 250th birthday coming up, it's more important than ever to raise the next generation of informed, patriotic young Americans who love this country, and that includes making sure our kids have the truth about our nation's founding, values, and our remarkable story. Our friends at The Kids Guide have put together a fantastic new guide titled The Kids Guide to America's 250th Birthday, giving kids the inspiring truth about what makes America one of the greatest nations in history. And they're giving it away for free at freeusagift.com. Plus, when you request a copy, they're also giving you a second free guide called The Kids Guide to America's Greatness. It's a must-read for every child. So all you have to do is head on over to freeusagift.com right now. to get these free guides for your family and help celebrate America's 250th birthday the right way. FreeUSAGift.com, great sponsor here. Great book, actually. Be great to get that for my kids. All right, so FreeUSAGift.com. Also, as we're approaching the bottom of the hour right now, we have a lot to get to, of course. And without our great sponsors, we would not be able to air all of the things we're about to air here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So speaking of that, let's go to Birch Gold Group right now, as we interviewed Philip Patrick recently. Check it out. Joining us now on Right Side Broadcasting Network is Philip Patrick with Birch Gold Group. Thanks so much for joining us, Philip.
Thank you so much for having me.
Definitely. Let's talk about the latest inflation report showing prices actually rising faster than the forecast in April. So is this just a temporary oil or something more serious?
Look, I think it's a little bit of both. Energy is definitely the biggest contributor, but food, shelter are also contributing a little bit. April CPI, as we know now, came in above forecast, about 60 basis points for the month, or 3.8% on an annualized basis. Core CPI, the index that leads out food and energy, looked significantly better at just 40 basis points for the month, or 2.8% annualized. So no surprise that energy was the biggest contributor, most significant factor. Gasoline prices up 28%. Shelter costs did rise significantly as well, though. Overall, it wasn't the report we wanted to see. It was better than March at least, but almost every single item was above the Fed's 2% target. So there's a lot of work to do. Obviously, everything that's happening in the Straits of Hormuz is ripping through the broader economy. So we'll have to see how long it lasts.
Exactly. So that inflation pressure, would you say, is definitely coming from the Strait of Hormuz crisis and then the higher oil prices? I mean, it sounds like you just said that, yeah?
Mostly, right? Energy's not everything, but it's definitely the transmission belt. When oil prices rise, it hits gas, it hits shipping, it hits food, manufacturing, airfares, and expectations as well. We've got Brent crude come down a little bit, but it's still hovering around $104 to $105 a barrel last time I checked. That's an almost 30% increase from the beginning of the Iran war. As I mentioned earlier, gasoline up 28.4% over the last 12 months. And that's almost completely due to global supply disruption.
And speaking of global, what about this being connected to a global government debt sell-off that started just last week? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, I think the two are connected, right? People have to remember when lenders buy government debt, they demand a yield or a return on their investment. When energy prices surge, since it's such a fundamental commodity, that means essentially inflation. And inflation means global lenders want to see a higher yield on their investment, right? If they're lending to the US government, getting paid back in dollars, they want to price inflation that they know is coming. 30-year yields now are near their highest since 2023, but it's not just the United States. Japan's equivalent is the most expensive in its last 27 years. The UK long gilts now are the highest since 1998. Actually, the average G7 10-year yield is the highest since 2004. So this is a global debt issue.
It's wild to see all of these trends happening right now. And then also, so if inflation is rising, oil, of course, is high, borrowing costs are climbing. So what does that mean for the Fed and of course, for our savings at the end of the day?
It's a really, really tough situation for the Fed, and I don't envy Kevin Warsh coming in. I mean, he's going to have a lot of pressure from the executive, from the government to lower interest rates. And you can see why they need lower interest rates, right? They have skyrocketing borrowing costs. It's now the second biggest expense for the federal government. The problem is, with inflation going up, as we're discussing, and employment numbers not that bad, there's not really the sort of rationale for the Fed to come in and lower rates. I don't see, because of oil prices, a rate drop on the horizon this year. I think the soonest we'll see it is next year. My concern is that Kevin Warsh, if he does what the president wants and just lowers rates, I think borrowing rates could go up regardless. Either way, it's a very tough position for the Fed, right? If they hold rates or raise them, they can crash the economy. And if they lower rates, they can stimulate inflation. So either way, it's a bumpy road, I think, for the investors.
Yeah, it sounds like it. And during a lot of our live broadcasts, of course, we talk about Birch Gold Group and saying that that you guys can help convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Now, that makes sense to you. That makes sense to me. But can you bring it down to more simpler terms for those that are kind of getting interested in this whole thing called gold?
Yeah, it's actually quite simple, or I should say, we make it simple for our customers. Anybody out there that has a retirement account, that could be an IRA, an existing or old 401k, they have the option under US tax code to roll over any portion of that account. So it's not an all or nothing thing. And we can place physical precious metals tax deferred within a retirement account. It's a very easy process. We can facilitate everything. And as we've been watching over the last few years, precious metals are performing incredibly well. And I think they're set to continue to do so. JP Morgan have just raised their prediction for gold, saying 6,300 by the end of this year. So I think we've got a lot of scope for movement, a lot of problems on the horizon, and precious metals work as a very effective hedge in climates like this.
Always good to see it when it comes to gold. You know, all you have to do is text Trump to 989898. You see it on your screen there. Philip Patrick with Birch Gold Group, thank you so much for joining us and giving us some insight on what's going on out there in our world.
Thank you for having me.
Definitely. Let's try that again. Southwest Airlines honored a fallen military service member some time ago. We could check out these words from a pilot who told his passengers all about it.
You all have been part of the honor flight of a fallen American airman from the Vietnam era. Captain Roy Knight left Love Field in 1967, January 1967. He was shot down over Laos May 19, 1967. That day that he left America, his mom, his wife, and his son came here to Love Field and sent him off on his way. A few months later, they got the word that he was shot down. It has been 52 years since that family had lost their father. A few months ago, Captain Knight was notified by the military that his father's remains had been positively identified. And through the efforts of many, many people, we have him with us today in a casket in the belly of the airplane. The pilot that flew you in today was that same 5-year-old boy who left here at Love Field 52 years ago with his dad to say goodbye. He was honored by all the people at Southwest to be able to bring his father home and captain the airplane here today. So that little boy was your captain today. I love this guy.
Checking out various videos from the Navy SEAL Foundation. Of course, there are some more videos about ways to honor the day. We'll show you those here, but we're also going to get to, of course, Washington, D.C. and Arlington National Cemetery this morning, as we'll see the President of the United States, we'll see the Vice President, we'll see the Secretary of War, and many others as the nation remembers our fallen. Let's go to some of our sponsors in the meantime here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You've heard us talk about Cove Pier before, and if the water scares in Flint, Michigan, and East Palestine, Ohio weren't enough to get you to make the switch, well, this might. More than 176 million Americans are drinking tap water with PFAs in it. There are those man-made chemicals used in food packaging, nonstick cookware, firefighting foam. Scientists call them forever chemicals because once they're in your body, they stay there. They don't break down, and then they're linked to hormone disruption, immune damage, and increased cancer risk. But here's the part that is making some people upset out there, because the EPA did their job. They set legal limits for PFAs in drinking water back in 2024, but water systems have until 2031 to comply. That's a whole 5 years from now. Until that deadline arrives, the utility can be operating above the legal limit right now and isn't required to notify you. So you're just drinking that tap water. But that's why every single household needs Cove Pier, because the government knows these chemicals are harmful enough to regulate. They're just not making anyone act on it quite yet. Now, recently, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin announced a $1 billion grant for smaller communities to get rid of forever chemicals. But in the meantime, if you want clean, healthy water now, you're going to have to do it yourself. Cove Pure was engineered exactly for this. Unlike the normal pitcher filters that you see at the store, their Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants. So the PFAs, heavy metals, fluoride, pharmaceuticals, this thing filters particles hundreds of thousands of times smaller than a single human hair. And the best part about Cove Pure is to make it so easy. It sits right on your countertop. You don't have to drill any holes or call someone in to install it. You just plug it in. You can even get whatever temperature water you want, hot, cold, or warm, with a tap of a button. So don't wait for 2031. Take control of your water quality right now. Head to covepure.com/RSBN. Because you're a viewer of this broadcast, you'll get $250 off right now. That's covepure.com/RSBN. Also, Angel Paste Miracle Cream does wonders for your skin. The hundreds of 5-star reviews of RSBN viewers themselves tells you all you need to know about this great American-owned company. Everything is sourced and made in the USA. Angel Paste Miracle Cream was created 15 years ago and has been getting rave reviews ever since. For a limited time, there is a gift set available on the website as well, 4 small bottles of some of the greatest skincare products. angelpaste.com. Now, you go to that website and use the RSBN promo code, you'll get 10% off. So angelpaste.com and get that RSBN 10 promo code there for 10% off. 2 great sponsors here on Right Side. We'll get to some more in just a little bit. Now, there are numerous Find a Way to Honor the Day videos being circulated on X right now, all brought to you by the Navy SEAL Foundation. Let's check out clip number 4.
We ask that you please join us now in this moment of silence as a unified expression of gratitude to the heroes who lost their lives for protecting the freedoms we enjoy today.
All right, let's go to Washington, D.C. now, as the parade will be kicked off in about 19 minutes there. Then, of course, we'll be shifting our attention to Arlington National Cemetery. We have a lot to get to, of course, various interviews, and looking at some of the 24/7 news cycle on this Monday morning, May 25th. Let's go there live now.
That we must honor and uphold if we hoped to remain the most free and prosperous nation on earth. My challenge for all of us today is never miss an opportunity to work toward making our community and our nation even better. Honor the sacrifice of our fallen by making life count and by making freedom count. May God bless you all, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, and you know, I'm going to take a point of privilege here. We have so many wonderful people that have been with us from the beginning. And one person that just couldn't make it this year, but we're going to get him next year, is that fabulous award-winning actor Joe Mantegna. He didn't serve, but his uncle Willie Novelli did. He served in General Patton's Third Army. So, Joe, we're letting you off the hook this year, but we are looking forward to having you, brilliant, wonderful man who's been with us from the very beginning. And yay, Joe Mantegna. All right, you can give a little round of applause for him. Give him a big round of applause. Now, listen, I'm going to tell you something you probably don't know, okay? Did you know that the title of Honorary Marine is only been awarded 5 times, and it has to be done by the
once the parade starts there, we'll take you there
Corps.
live. In the meantime, the West Virginia State Senator Chris Rose, we caught up with him earlier today. We'll get to that interview here momentarily. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
America's big birthday is coming up, and your kids want an invite to the party. Let them join the fun with the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday, a free guide that helps kids celebrate the epic story of our nation's birth. Send your kids back in time to see our brave founding fathers signing the Declaration and get them ready for this year's massive celebration. Get the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday for free at freeusagift.com. That's freeusagift.com.
Some great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, we're getting ready to go to Arlington National Cemetery on this Memorial Day, and we have that interview with the West Virginia State Senator coming up in just a minute. But there are questions a number of people are having these days. Do you owe any back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? Or have you filed every year but still keep owing? Did you retire and suddenly get hit with a tax bill you didn't expect? Or are you a business owner with messy books and a balance you cannot afford? Maybe you pulled money from your 401k or an IRA early and now the IRS wants its share. However your tax issue started, the outcome is the same. Your balance just not going down. Penalties grow, interest compounds, and many of you are about to owe again for this upcoming tax year with no plan in place. So you can stop what you're doing there. Check out 877-479-6503. Of course, the IRS is not waiting. The IRS is enforcing collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, and property seizures. They can even file for you without your consent. This is where Tax Network USA comes in. With over 15 years in business, there hasn't been a tax case they haven't seen or resolved. They specialize in tax controversies and help taxpayers nationwide get back on track by resolving back taxes and unfiled returns once and for all. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. They can do the same for you, but you have to call now. They're offering that free investigation call with the IRS. After that investigation, they put a clear case plan in place to resolve your tax problem and get you back on track. This is about using your legal rights to take control before the government sets the terms for you. So don't wait for another IRS letter or a frozen bank account. Call 877-479-6503 or visit tnusa.com/RSBN 877-479-6503. Also, if you'd like to purchase some great goods from mypillow.com, you can. Save up to 80% on the warehouse moving sale. Use that RSBN promo code. Always goes a long way, and you get some great products there. Of course, the great Mike Lindell, running for governor in Minnesota, running this company and some others out there doing great work for the nation. mypillow.com/RSBN. All sorts of products, as you guys know, there, from the slippers, slides, sheets, pillows, coffee, and the list goes on. mypillow.com/RSBN. Earlier this morning, I caught up with West Virginia State Senator Chris Rose, who spoke with us about Memorial Day and America 250. Check it out. Joining us now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network is West Virginia State Senator Chris Rose. Senator, thank you again for joining us.
Pleasure as always, Matt. Thank you for having me on.
You are a great patriot there in the Mountaineer State. So, one of the questions that we're asking a number of our guests today, what does Memorial Day mean to you as we get ready to celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary?
You're absolutely right. You got a big birthday coming up for America, 250. But Memorial Day to me is a day to remember the most important heroes in American history, those who have paid the ultimate price for the freedom that you and I enjoy here today. People say that we live in an era where there are no heroes. To quote Ronald Reagan, they simply just don't know where to look. Whether it's, the Arlington National Cemetery, or right here in West Virginia, we have the Grafton Cemetery. There's so many patriots, so many veterans have been willing to lay down their lives and pay the ultimate sacrifice so America could still be the greatest nation in the world and still be free here today. And that's what it means to me. Somebody who comes from a family of veterans, my brother, my uncles, my grandfathers all served in the, the Great World Wars and Vietnam and all the way down to Operation Iraqi Freedom. I say thank you to them, but also more importantly to those that didn't make it back home.
Exactly. And that's what today's all about. But what can be done as well to preserve our freedom for another 250 years? Would it be passing the Save America Act? What's your opinion on that?
So first and foremost, you actually took my first talking point away. That would be the Save America Act. The fact that the U.S. Senate has had this in their hands for numerous days now, several weeks now. It's getting pretty pathetic, if you ask me, which is why you see President Trump coming out and endorsing, Ken Paxton over Cornyn. You're starting to see that frustration bleed out into these Republican primaries because this is a slam dunk. Over 80% of Americans across party lines, all the way across, no matter which political affiliation they are, want the Save America Act. They believe you should have an ID to vote. You have to have an ID to drive. You have to have an ID to fly. You have to have an ID to buy a gun, but you don't have to have one to vote. The most important action we get to do as a civic duty as an American citizen, which is decide who's going to help, guide this republic and make those important decisions. We're not going to have an ID to verify who's voting. But in addition to that, we need to codify the Trump executive orders. It's very important, because we don't know what's going to happen in 28 and going forward. I'm pretty confident we'll win the presidency in 28, but you don't want to take it for granted. We have to codify the America First agenda that has been laid out by this president, and we have to do it sooner than later, because you don't even know what the midterms is going to look like. We're starting to gain momentum going into the midterms, but why take it for granted? That's what we do to preserve this country for the next 250 years, is to codify the America First agenda.
And exactly. And then the last thing we'd want to see is the midterms go the leftist way, the presidential election the same in 28, and then our country might not look the same, at least for that 4-year presidential cycle. But we don't even want to mess with that, do we?
No, you're exactly right. So, it's just like the people that keep saying they don't want to, end the filibuster and pass the Save America Act. Well, let me go ahead and tell you what America looks like if you don't. If you don't do that and the Democrats get back in there, make no mistake about it, they are nuking the filibuster. They are packing the Supreme Court. They're going to undo everything from President Trump all the way back to Ronald Reagan, everything good that has been done in this country. They are going to undo it. They are going to pass a radical leftist communist ideology into law, and it will be hard pressed to ever regain Congress, let alone the Oval Office.
I would argue back to Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln later in the presidential situation there, because they're against our basic freedoms, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. So this is a lot at stake, isn't it?
No, absolutely. So if you want a small preview of what it would be like if they get their way with this, Look what's happening in New York City right now with Mondami. That's what you're going to get nationwide if we do not codify the America First agenda, support President Trump, and pass the Save America Act. Because if those type of people, which is, sorry, folks, that is the Democrat Party of today, if those type of people are allowed to get control of Congress and get control of the White House, that is exactly what America's future is.
West Virginia State Senator Chris Rose, thank you again for joining us, your insight, your friendship, and also being a great patriot there in the Mountaineer State.
Thank you. Happy Memorial Day, and God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Amen. All right, before we get to our next interview and before we get to Washington, D.C. and Arlington, Virginia, of course, let's go to All Family Pharmacy. Specifically, Americans, of course, are tired of being told to wait or jump through endless hoops just to access the medications they may already know they need. If your health is your responsibility, why does it feel like someone else is always in control? That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. Whether it's everyday maintenance medications, common antibiotics, or simply being prepared before travel or emergencies, All Family Pharmacy makes the process simple, fast, and secure. No crowded waiting rooms, no unnecessary hassle, just a convenient way to order your medications online from a trusted U.S. pharmacy focused on helping families stay prepared. Because the reality is shortages do happen, delays happen, emergencies happen, and peace of mind starts with being proactive, of course, not reactive. So right now, when you visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, you use that promo code, RSBN10, you'll save 10% off your order. So being prepared, of course, isn't extreme, it's common sense. Visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. RSBN10 is the promo code to use at checkout. And when there are supply constraints on commodities, prices surge. You saw it with fuel prices when the Strait of Hormuz was blockaded. And we also know that gold is a limited commodity. Of course, they mine it out of the ground, and when it's gone, it's gone. Governments can't just print more of it, and that's why everyone from central banks to savvy savers are diversified with gold. So if you've been thinking about it for years, but have still never moved some of your savings into physical gold, Birch Gold Group is who we trust to help you. Now through May 29th, Birch Gold is giving first-time gold buyers a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. For details and a free information kit on diversifying into gold, text Trump to the number 989898. Again, Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Just text Trump to that number you see on your screen there, 989898. This is to see if you qualify for a first-time gold buyer rebate of up to $10,000. We are 5 minutes from the top of the hour. We are live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thanks so much for live streaming in. Of course, we're going to be going to D.C. and Arlington, Virginia here as soon as those live feeds start, which they're getting close. But let's go now to an interview with the CEO of the Institute of Women's Health, Valerie Huber. And joining us now on Right Side Broadcasting Network is the President and CEO of the Institute for Women's Health, Valerie Huber. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, it's so great to be here. Happy Memorial Day.
Same to you. This is quite the day to remember our fallen soldiers throughout the world, but we'll get to that in just a second as well, talking about America 250. I know you're the CEO of the Institute for Women's Health. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, we learned after we started our organization that to our knowledge, we're the only conservative women's health policy organization in the United States. So we're all about reshaping the narrative back to what sanity says and to make women's health about, wait for it, women's health.
Exactly. I mean, that's something that it's great to see it from a conservative perspective. Can you talk to us about the different perspectives out there?
Well, here in the United States, I have found that when I say that I'm the president of the Institute for Women's Health, they automatically think I'm coming with an ideological agenda, either talking about gender ideology or abortion. And we're really not talking about either. We're talking about meeting the most pressing needs for women and girls and families, by the way, here in the United States and in the countries around the world.
And speaking of around the world, I know you just penned an op-ed recently about foreign aid. Can you talk to us about it?
Yeah, you know, we have kind of had a hard reset here in America with our foreign assistance, and it was desperately needed. I think a lot of Americans, me included, until just a few years ago, didn't really follow what foreign assistance was, foreign policy. I didn't even really care about it that much until I learned that the good people of America were exporting, without them knowing it, these radical ideologies under the pretense of women's health, under the pretense of supporting democracy, all things that sound really good, but when you peeled back the onion, you saw the same thing. And when you have forced ideology as a condition to our foreign assistance, even people who don't care that much about things outside our border need to care about this. Because when you have resentment that grows because you are forcing a people who may have very strong values, even religious convictions around traditional values, that resentment doesn't stay there. It compromises our security right back here at home.
And then, so if people want to learn more about the Institute for Women's Health, and I know that you have some online accounts as well, what is the best way to get a hold of you, or at least check out more information about the Institute for Women's Health?
Well, I'm really glad you asked. They can start by either going to our X account or to our website, theiwh.org, and you'll see we're a different kind of organization. And, you know, I love the quote that President Trump used in his first administration. I think it was when he was addressing Davos, when he said, "America first is not America alone." And I didn't quite know what he meant, but I do now. And that is, our national security and our values can be one and the same, and it protects both our security and the values that made America great and what so many Americans care about. And we don't have to compromise either. It makes both better.
Always good to get things on the right side of history, specifically when you look at this week, of course, Memorial Day, and what does that day mean to you, but also as we get ready to celebrate our nation's 250th in July.
You know, I was thinking about that this morning. I love America. It's why I served in the first Trump administration. It's why I began the Institute for Women's Health. We have something really unique here in America. And I was listening to an interview yesterday as I was driving home, and a family who had lost their son serving our nation said, "May every American be worthy of a person that's worthy of dying for." And I thought, you know, even if we don't serve in the military, even if we have not lost a family member, what kind of Americans are we, and what kind of legacy are we leaving?
Exactly. That's powerful words right there as we reflect on our nation's 250th and, of course, Memorial Day this week. Thank you again for joining us, the President and CEO of the Institute for Women's Health, Valerie Huber. Thank you again for what you're doing for women and children and families across this great country.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be right back.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
America's big birthday is coming up and your kids want an invite to the party. Let them join the fun with the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday, a free guide that helps kids celebrate the epic story of our nation's birth. Send your kids back in time to see our brave founding fathers signing the Declaration and get them ready for this year's massive celebration. Get the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday for free at freeusagift.com. That's freeusagift.com.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go to kalshi.com/RSBN, one of our great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. As you see there on your screen, just use the QR code or download the app or go to kalshi.com/RSBN. A lot of betting, trading, and checking out polls going on right now. More than 1 million users on Kalshi. A lot of people looking at the Los Angeles mayoral race, the gubernatorial race, of course, in California as well, as we are checking on a number of polls there that you can check on too, if you'd like. Go to kalshi.com/RSBN. Let's go to our next sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I believe that is Cove Pure. Is that right, guys? All right, let's go to Tax Network instead. All right, so the questions a number of people are facing these days: do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? Or have you filed every year but still keep owing? Did you retire and suddenly get hit with a tax bill you didn't expect? Or are you a business owner with messy books and a balance you can't afford? Maybe you pulled money from your 401k or IRA early and now the IRS wants its share. However your tax issue started, the outcome is the same. Your balance is just not going down. Penalties grow, interest compounds, and a number of people had to owe again this year. I know thanks to President Trump they didn't, which is always good too. But if you want to check out Tax Network USA, because the IRS is not waiting. The IRS is enforcing collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, and property seizures. They could even file for you without your consent. And this is where Tax Network USA comes in. With more than 15 years in business, there hasn't been a tax case they haven't seen or resolved. They specialize in tax controversies and help taxpayers nationwide get back on track by resolving back taxes and unfiled returns once and for all. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. They can even do the same for you. But you have to call now. They're offering that free investigation call with the IRS. After that investigation, they put a clear case plan in place to resolve your tax problem and get you back on track. So this is about using your legal rights to take control before the government sets the terms for you. Don't wait for another IRS letter or a frozen bank account. Call 877-479-6503 or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. All right, so we're looking at a live feed. I believe we have some other video as well, as it's, of course, Memorial Day. We'll be going to Arlington National Cemetery. If you're just joining us now, that is the live picture from the auditorium there, the amphitheater, that will be seeing the President of the United States, of course, the Vice President, Secretary of War, and this is after the wreath-laying ceremony. So we're going to see the wreath-laying ceremony first, and then actually we may be seeing the pre-program first, which is here at the amphitheater. So in the meantime, as you guys know, we've been talking about this since the top of the broadcast right here, as today millions of Americans remember veterans who defended our freedoms and lost their lives fighting for our country. And as we gear up to celebrate our nation's 250th birthday, some 40 days from today, our focus remains with the United States Armed Forces and to those who have served our great country. Of course, grave sites all across the United States of America, including Fort Indiantown Gap, where loved ones or friends and family that have served lay there and rest, as a number of people, of course, across this nation visiting grave sites. You see the American flags everywhere. Again, just yesterday, I was at a Lowe's here in Alabama, and I believe, Director, we have some video if we'd like to play while we're talking here, because in that video, you'll see specifically the setup in the parking lot of the Lowe's in Alabama, all for our military veterans, those that have fought and died for our freedoms and for our country. So we see that happening throughout this land. And of course, this will be the pre-program. As soon as we see a speaker there, we'll take you there live. On top of that, we'll then see President Trump at the wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. And then we'll also hear from the president delivering remarks at around noontime. So we're still a little bit from that, but of course, a somber day in America as we think about our freedoms, think about those that have fought and died for our country. Let's go to a couple of our great sponsors in the meantime, including everything when it comes to about America 250. Specifically, let's take a minute to talk to all of the parents watching today. It's no secret that our kids are often fed incomplete or inaccurate lessons in school about American history and our nation's incredible journey. And with America's 250th birthday coming up, it's more important than ever to raise the next generation of informed, patriotic young Americans who love this country. And that includes making sure our kids have the truth about our nation's founding values and our remarkable story. So our friends at the Kids Guide have put together a fantastic new guide titled The Kids Guide to America's 250th Birthday, giving kids the inspiring truth about what makes America one of the greatest nations in history. And they're giving it away for free at freeusagift.com. Plus, when you request your copy, they're also giving you a second free guide called The Kids Guide to America's Greatness, a must-read for every child. So head on over to freeusagift.com right now to get these free guides for your family and help celebrate America's 250th birthday the right way. Great book right there. Better to look at that than some of the woke schools that are out there trying to teach American history, if you know what I mean. freeusagift.com. Let's go to our next sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. As you see, angelpaste.com. Use that RSBN promo code to get 10% off, because Angel Paste Miracle Cream does wonders for your skin. The hundreds of 5-star reviews of RSBN viewers themselves tells you all you need to know about this great American-owned company. Everything is sourced and made in the US of A. Angel Paste Miracle Cream was created 15 years ago and has been getting rave reviews ever since. And for a limited time, there is a gift set available on the website as well for small bottles of some of the greatest skincare products out there. So just go to angelpaste.com, use that RSBN promo code, get 10% off, and there's that QR code as well. As we're 11 minutes after the top of the hour, looking live, I believe, soon into Arlington, Virginia, or specifically earlier there was the parade, of course, in D.C. That is airing on a different feed right now, but we know that this will be the pre-program starting any second from now. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
birthday is coming up and your kids want an invite to the party. Let them join the fun with the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday, a free guide that helps kids celebrate the epic story of our nation's birth. Send your kids back in time to see our brave founding fathers signing the Declaration and get them ready for this year's massive celebration. Get the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday for free at freeusagift.com. That's freeusagift.com.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. As you see there, the pre-program getting ready to start there in Arlington, Virginia. Of course, this is all about the laying of the wreath there at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. We're going to see President Trump do that here in just a little bit. Of course, President Trump and others will be sharing remarks as well. So we'll have all of that here for you. Now, specifically, the order of events at the Memorial Day Armed Forces Full Honor Wreath Ceremony, of course, occurring today, May 25th, 2026, at approximately 12 o'clock Eastern at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in Arlington National Cemetery. The wreath-laying ceremony is immediately followed by the 158th National Memorial Day Observance, recognizing and commemorating the fallen men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces in Arlington National Cemetery's Memorial Amphitheater. So that's what you see, of course, on the left side of your screen. Scheduled events include the pre-program in that Memorial Amphitheater, which begins at about, it says 10:15 a.m., so that's about a minute away. But as soon as we see some activity there when it comes to someone taking the stage, we will take you there. We know that the Parade of Colors will start out the program, the National Emblem March, and then a musical prelude by the United States Army Band, Pershing's Own, and chorus opening with welcome remarks by Miss Karen Durham Aguilera, the Executive Director of the Office of Army Cemeteries and Army National Military Cemeteries. From there will be remarks from Gold Star families. Of course, we had Karen Vaughn, a Gold Star mom, join us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network last week, speaking about her son, a Navy SEAL that passed serving our country. So always good to hear from Gold Star moms when it comes to what it's like now, but they're able to speak with such strength to talk about our freedom, to talk about what they're doing to help other families that have dealt with this similar situation. There will be a Medal of Honor recipient remarks after the Gold Star family remarks, and then a closing speech by Ms. Karen Durham Aguilera, again, the Executive Director of the Office of Army Cemeteries and Army National Military Cemeteries. Then specifically at about 12 to 12:15 Eastern Time, the wreath laying at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Then after that, a national anthem by the United States Army Band, Pershing's Own. Laying of the wreath by President Donald J. Trump, of course, the 45th and 47th President of the United States. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, will be there. The Vice President will be, I believe, speaking at this event as well in the amphitheater. The Honorable Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, will be in attendance, and Antoinette Gant, the Commanding General of Joint Task Force National Capital Region and U.S. Army Military District of Washington, will be there. You'll also see the 4 muffled ruffles, and taps and moments of silence, and with the conclusion of the wreath laying, transitions to National Veterans Day observance. Specifically tonight as well, we're going to have another event as well. So there's a lot going on this Monday, May 25th. Just reading some of the order of events for you here on Right Side. As you take a look at where we'll be, of course, July 4th, you see those American flags there in the bottom right of your screen, the Capitol in the background there, and this is all about saving our nation. We know that we have the freedom fighters in the kinetic sense when it comes to defending our nation and our U.S. Armed Forces, but then you have freedom fighters that can be not kinetic in the sense of the information war that's happening out there, keeping God, family, country as the centerpiece of what we do and why we do what we do, as we see parades happening, of course, across this land, including in Washington, D.C., and many small towns and medium-sized towns and large cities across the country. And we will have all of this coverage coming up here for you in just a minute when it comes to the pre-program there in Arlington. If you've ever been to Arlington National Cemetery, the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, and all of the ways to, give back in the sense of pay respects to our fallen. That can be done there. Let's go now to Arlington National Cemetery. Yeah, we can.
Oh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Arlington National Cemetery and the Memorial Amphitheater. We are honored to have you join us for today's National Memorial Day observance as we gather to remember and honor the men and women of the United States Armed Forces who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation. The pre-program will begin shortly. Please take a moment to silence all electronic devices. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the Parade of Colors. Please welcome the Executive Director, Office of Army Cemeteries and Army National Military Cemeteries, Karen Durham Aguilera.
Good morning. Good morning. What a beautiful day. Yes, every single day is a beautiful day at Arlington National Cemetery. As we approach the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding in July 2026, this Memorial Day holds a special significance. It offers an opportunity to reflect upon the sacrifices and legacy of our service members who have protected our freedom for a quarter millennium. At Arlington National Cemetery, every day is Memorial Day, as we honor our nation's service members from every conflict in our nation's history. These hallowed grounds embody our nation's character and values, symbolizing America's past, present, and future. Our history is not only remembered here, it is lived. Nearly 430,000 are laid to rest here at Arlington National Cemetery. As you look across the rows of white headstones in the columbarium, remember that every individual marker tells a story of service and sacrifice, weaving together America's history. This memorial landscape honors generations of men and women who have answered the call of duty and defended our American freedom from the Revolutionary War through today, in war and in peace. Today, we pause to express our deepest gratitude, ensuring that their stories of valor and sacrifice are forever etched in the heart of our nation. Thank you, and let's all enjoy the musical program.
Please welcome Gold Star family members, Karen and Billy Vaughn and family.
Good morning. It's both an honor and very humbling for Karen and I to be able to speak in front of you this morning. The first time I visited Arlington National Cemetery was in 2003 with my wife Karen and our only son Aaron. At the entrance, Karen took our picture beneath a sign that read, "Welcome to Arlington National Cemetery, our nation's most sacred shrine. Please conduct yourself with quiet dignity and respect at all times. Remember, these are hallowed grounds." We walked these grounds for hours that day, understanding, though not yet fully, the weight of those words. The second time I visited Arlington was on August 26, 2011, to bury Aaron. For most of my life, I'd heard the phrase, "the cost of freedom." Like many Americans, I honored Memorial Day, understanding what it represented, but never truly feeling its weight personally. For many, it becomes a 3-day weekend filled with sales, family, friends, and backyard barbecues. But on August 6, 2011, the cost of freedom knocked on our family's front door. Every Gold Star family member here today remembers that moment. The knock at the door, the phone call, the words that instantly divide your life into 2 chapters. Before they died and after. For our family, it felt as though a mirror had shattered. One piece was gone forever, and every remaining piece would never be the same again. There were days, weeks, even months, when it felt like it would be easier to die than to continue to live. But we cannot remain in that place forever. Their sacrifice is too great. Our families are too important. and this republic must endure for those who come after us. As my friend Tim Brown has said, we can allow the weight of their sacrifice to crush us, or we can honor it by serving others and by living lives worthy of their sacrifice. I want to thank President Trump, Secretary Hegseth, and our military leaders for giving our warfighters the freedom to fight as they've been trained to fight, to defeat the enemy decisively without unnecessary restrictions placed on them that have too often hindered them in recent years. And to every Gold Star family here today, your loved ones are not forgotten. Their lives mattered. Their sacrifice matters. And may we live every day worthy of the freedom they helped preserve. Thank you.
For 250 years, the world has waited for America to fail. Empires around us have risen and fallen, borders have shifted, and governments have collapsed. But through every trial faced, our republic endured. Why? Because this nation was founded upon a single idea powerful enough to outlive kingdoms and empires. And that idea was freedom. For 250 years, Americans have possessed the God-given right to confront injustice, to resist tyranny, to worship freely, to speak openly and make our voices heard, not only in voting booths, but also in the streets, something most people in the world are unable to do without facing prison or even death. And by the way, one of the greatest lies Americans absorb is this, that freedom is normal. It isn't. It never has been. Freedom is not humanity's default condition. Those of us fortunate enough to have grown up in America have never known life without it. And because of that, we rarely stop to consider how precious it is or how staggering the price has been to preserve it. But our surroundings today memorialize one important truth. We only remain free because of the brave men and women throughout our history who have signed their names on that dotted line and said, even if it costs me my life, I will fight to preserve and defend this, the American dream. Every stone surrounding us represents a name, a story, a circle of family and friends who loved that person so much that they could not imagine a world without them in it. Which brings me to my son, Aaron. Aaron Vaughn was many things. A son, a brother, a husband, a father, a Navy SEAL, a fierce warfighter, a really good football player, and a warm, loving, kind, funny man who would give you the shirt off his back. But the most important thing I will ever tell you about Aaron is this. He had a personal and deep relationship with Jesus Christ. And that's why you see hope, joy, and resolve on this mother's face today, because I know that one day I will hold my son again. Throughout my life, freedom was a concept, a moment in history, a story about brave people who refused to bow any longer to the chains of tyranny. It was something we celebrated on the 4th of July. But on August 6, 2011, freedom became a sentence that began with, "We regret to inform you." Freedom became the silence left behind by a boy whose laughter filled every room he ever entered. Freedom became a folded flag placed in my arms on behalf of a grateful nation. My son had given his life for me, for us, for every American who wakes up under the protection every day of the red, white, and blue. In this after, it has become my mission to remind people that freedom is not an abstract idea, and certainly not something owed to us simply because we're here. As Ronald Reagan once said, you and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We can preserve this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we can sentence the next generation of young people to take the first step into 1,000 years of darkness. And he went on to say, and this is my favorite part, if we are destined to fail, if this way of ours is to be lost, then at least let our children and our children's children know that it did not fail because we failed to try. And I wonder, have you ever stopped to consider that our national anthem ends with a question mark? Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? For generations, our military has defended that banner on battlefields across the globe. But my greatest fear has never been that America will be conquered from abroad. My greatest fear is that we, the citizens of this nation, will fail to preserve her from within, that we will grow so cynical, so divided, and so ungrateful for what we've inherited that we forget what was sacrificed to give it to us in the first place. And God forbid we ever let that happen. The men and women buried in these sacred fields left us with one charge: don't let America fall. You can almost hear their final pleas around us. Make sure my sacrifice was worth the cost, not only to me, but to all those who had to go on living without me. I make no apologies for loving this country. America is not perfect. We have flaws, we have failures, and we have dark chapters in our history. But the reason I love this country so much is that because I understand a fundamental truth, that history can only be shifted where freedom exists. Freedom to speak, freedom to challenge, to protest and disagree, freedom to strive towards something better. And if you've started believing that America's best days are behind her, I encourage you to do two things: turn off your television and step away from social media. Because when you or I walk into a grocery store and we begin chatting with the people around us in line, or when we witness strangers helping each other after a devastating storm, or when we're standing in a crowd at a ball game cheering for our favorite team, it is of no concern to us how the person standing beside us voted. What we're witnessing there in those situations is the real America, not the America we are constantly told to hate, but the America still worth believing in, still worth fighting for, and still worth dying for. Over the past 15 years since our family lost Aaron, we have been loved on so well by this nation. Americans literally and figuratively wrap their arms around us through our darkest hours. I've seen too much generosity, too much goodness to ever buy into the lie that the American way of life was not worth the cost. So no, I don't look around this country and see only the bad. Everywhere I look, I see the reason Aaron Vaughn gave his life. My prayer I leave you with today is this: that you see it too, and that we, as a nation of people blessed enough to live in the United States of America, live lives worthy of the sacrifices that brought us this far. Thank you.
Please welcome Medal of Honor recipient Jim McLuhan.
Good morning. Every day should be Memorial Day. It is here at Arlington National Cemetery and at the tomb of the unknown soldier. Joseph Campbell said a hero is someone who has given his or her life for something bigger than oneself. That's why we are gathered here today. But we cannot remember the dead unless we remember the living that are left behind. We wrap our arms around the Gold Star families who have an empty chair today and every holiday. Would the Gold Star family members in the audience please raise your hands so those around you know that you're sitting near them. Thank you for being here. We remember also those who fought beside these heroes. The Native Americans call them Ogichi-Dao, which means warrior. Warriors are those who have seen things that human beings should never see. Those who have done things which cannot be discussed in polite company. Those who even at this night will be visited with late night terror. And yes, those who are fought in wars are injured both visibly and invisibly. Would those in uniform and those veterans raise your hand so those around you know that you're here? Thank you. We soldiers start out loyal to the Army and our country, but we soon realized that getting as many of us out of their life as possible and back to their families will be our main goal. The men in their new family came from every part of this great nation, took their basic and advanced training, and ended up as blood brothers in a place far different from the hometowns that they grew up in. I'm often asked, well, why is it that you got to be a medic? Because I was drafted, true draft, 2 years. When you draft, you don't get to ask for what you can do. But I think it's because when I was preparing to be a coach at Olivet College, I took kinesiology, physiology, anatomy, first aid, advanced first aid, strapping, and taping. I think they thought I had to step up, but nothing, absolutely nothing, can prepare you to be a medic in a war. In that new family, I had what I called a positive job in a negative situation. As a combat medic, I was trained to save lives while lives were being taken all around me, to make the sick and the diseased better. My father had instructed me when I was a really, really little boy, Jim, never do a job halfway. Do it to the best of your ability and do it until the job is finished. I remembered those words in Vietnam when my company of fewer than 100 men faced nearly 3,000 NVA and BC. My job was to save the lives of my men, and I was going to make sure that I did it. That's why I refused medical evacuation, though hit by a rocket-propelled grenade. That's why I ran through the open field and carried the injured men to safety. That's why I stayed through those long, hellish nights treating the wounded. I would rather be dead in a rice paddy than alive in a hospital and find out that one of my men lost their lives because I was not there to do my job in my family. I was President Trump's first Medal of Honor recipient in 2017, 48 years after my action at the Battle for Nguyen Hill in May of 1969. In 2019, 2 years later, I received a letter in the mail that went like this. My name is Austin. You don't know me. I don't know you. But you saved my grandpa's life in 1969. My mom was born the next year after Grandpa came home with his wounds. I was born in 1991, and last week, my wife and I had a baby boy. And this Sunday, I get to celebrate Father's Day because of you. I had never thought of it that way. I saved 10 Americans and 1 Vietnamese interpreter. But as I read that to my wife, Cherie, she said, Jim, you saved 11 family trees. That grandpa, Bill Arnold, was the first man that I saved in that battle. He called me in November of 2019 with his 4th battle with cancer. He said, I'm not going to survive this one, Doc, They've told me, so I'm not taking any treatment. But I want you to know that I appreciate the 50 extra years of life that you gave me. But today we remember those who didn't make it. Not just those in current generations and my generation, but all of those in generations in these 250 years that we have preserved our freedom. I stand here as a personal witness to the sacrifices made by some of these heroes. I held 18, 19, and 20-year-old boys in my arms. I treated their wounds, and I tried to keep them alive. I heard their last words, and I saw the last breath of life leave their body. Our freedom has a price, and some have paid that price in full. Freedom and a lunch is not free. We may not know all of these men and women who we honor today, but they were people that we knew. They were family. They were neighbors. How about people in your class, your classmates, friends, and colleagues? Americans who answered the call with extraordinary courage. More than 120,000 are buried in 26 United States military seminaries, cemeteries in 17 different countries. They are from World War I and World War II. Thousands still remain missing in action from World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and a modern conflict in the Middle East. Those buried overseas and those missing in action never came home. President Ronald Reagan put it best: those who died and gave up their life in war actually gave up two lives. They gave up the life that they were living when they were killed in action, and they gave up the life that they never got to live. They never got to meet their soulmate, Mary, see the birth of a child, watch that child grow, graduate, maybe get to coach him like I got to coach my two boys. They never got to walk their little girl down the aisle in the ceremony after the wedding and dance that father-daughter dance that you wait for so long. And every birthday, every anniversary, every reunion, and every holiday, they're not there. They gave up all of their tomorrows so that we can have all of our todays. It's an old belief that a person is never gone until their name is no longer spoken. As you leave this place here today and walk through the graves and the memorials of those who have sacrificed their all, say their name, speak it out loud, keep their spirit and their soul alive. We at least owe that to them. I was one of the lucky ones. I came home. I taught high school psychology and sociology for 40 years. I coached baseball, football, and wrestling for another 38 years. I will leave you with the biggest lesson, though, that I learned in Vietnam. It was the second day of the battle for New Yon Hill, and I heard, "Medic!" And I went towards the sound, and I found a man who had been shot in the stomach. I knew I had to get pressure bandages on there right away, and I did. I had nothing to eat or drink for 48 hours battle. And so this is why I reached back at this point and I put water on those pressure bandages so his insides would not dry up and he would die anyway. I dragged him into a nearby trench left by the French in the French-Vietnam War. I'm trying to decide, how am I going to carry this guy out of here? I can't throw him over my shoulder or everything that I will do will become undone. So I'll hold him close to my chest, carry him like a baby. All of a sudden, in the middle of a war, a thought came over me. It had been since I was a little boy that I had told my father that I loved him. Oh, I knew that my dad loved me, and I'm sure he knew that I loved him. But in those days, in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, fathers didn't say that to their sons, and sons didn't say that to their fathers. I had a conversation with my Creator upstairs, and I said, Lord, now you know why I was so busy. I said, Lord, if you get me out of this hell on earth so I can tell my Father one more time, look him in the face and tell him that I love him, I'll be the best coach, I'll be the best teacher, and I'll be the best father that I can be. I ran to my father in the O'Hare airport, threw my arms around him, and I said those 3 words, I love you. And guess what? He bounced them right back at me, as if we'd been doing that for 24 years of my life so far. It was our greeting and our departure from then on. I've taught my children, my grandchildren, my athletes, my students, and 72 assistant coaches. Those are the 3 most important words that you can say. And I'm giving you all, everyone here, an assignment. There must be someone that recently you probably should have said those 3 words to. You haven't forgotten them on purpose. You've been busy. After all, it's a holiday. Well, you're going to say those 3 words to them, and if you can do it face to face, do it. But if you can't, you take those darn cell phones you got, and you make sure they hear those 3 words. Oh, yes, and there's a B part to the assignment. Tell them why you love them. You see, I almost waited too long with my father. God bless the heroes that we stand over here today. God bless the military and the veterans. God bless the Gold Star families and all of you seated here today. And on a final note, I'd gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Presented in the order of admission to the Union, today we honor the 50 states, 6 U.S. territories, and tribal nations represented across our country, and the generations of Americans from each who answered the call to serve. Representing this roll call today are active duty members of the United States Armed Forces. Representing the United States Army, Sergeant First Class Heath Sorensen. Representing the United States Marine Corps, Staff Sergeant William Lydell. Representing the United States Navy, Chief Musician Kevin McDonald. Representing the United States Air Force, Master Sergeant Emily Snyder. Representing the United States Space Force, Specialist 3 Michael Solis. And representing the United States Coast Guard, Chief Petty Officer Timothy Natoli.
Delaware, first state, admitted 1787, birthplace to 13 Medal of Honor recipients. Pennsylvania, admitted 1787, birthplace to 336 Medal of Honor recipients. New Jersey, admitted 1787, birthplace to 71 Medal of Honor recipients. Georgia, admitted 1788, birthplace to 27 Medal of Honor recipients. Connecticut, admitted 1788, birthplace to 59 Medal of Honor recipients. Massachusetts, admitted 1788. Birthplace to 177 Medal of Honor recipients. Maryland, admitted 1788. Birthplace to 66 Medal of Honor recipients. South Carolina, admitted 1788. Birthplace to 33 Medal of Honor recipients. New Hampshire, admitted 1788. Birthplace to 47 Medal of Honor recipients.
Virginia, admitted 1788. Birthplace to 62 Medal of Honor recipients. New York, admitted 1788. Birthplace to 477 Medal of Honor recipients. North Carolina, admitted 1789. Birthplace to 30 Medal of Honor recipients. Rhode Island, admitted 1790. Birthplace to 25 Medal of Honor recipients. Vermont, admitted 1791. Birthplace to 43 Medal of Honor recipients. Kentucky, admitted 1792. Birthplace to 56 Medal of Honor recipients. Tennessee, admitted 1796. Birthplace to 39 Medal of Honor recipients. Ohio, admitted 1803. Birthplace to 221 Medal of Honor recipients. Louisiana, admitted 1812. Birthplace to 20 Medal of Honor recipients.
Indiana, admitted 1816. Birthplace to 68 Medal of Honor recipients. Mississippi, admitted 1817. Birthplace to 15 Medal of Honor recipients. Illinois, admitted 1818. Birthplace to 108 Medal of Honor recipients. Alabama, admitted 1819. Birthplace to 26 Medal of Honor recipients. Maine, admitted 1820. Birthplace to 84 Medal of Honor recipients. Missouri, admitted 1821. Birthplace to 47 Medal of Honor recipients. Arkansas, admitted 1836. Birthplace to 23 Medal of Honor recipients. Michigan, admitted 1837. Birthplace to 76 Medal of Honor recipients. Florida, admitted 1845. Birthplace to 14 Medal of Honor recipients.
Texas, admitted 1845. Birthplace to 68 Medal of Honor recipients. Iowa, admitted 1846. Birthplace to 33 Medal of Honor recipients. Wisconsin, admitted 1848. Birthplace to 44 Medal of Honor recipients. California, admitted 1850. Birthplace to 60 Medal of Honor recipients. Minnesota, admitted 1858. Birthplace to 26 Medal of Honor recipients. Oregon, admitted 1859. Birthplace to 6 Medal of Honor recipients. Kansas, admitted 1861. Birthplace to 23 Medal of Honor recipients. West Virginia, admitted 1863. Birthplace to 26 Medal of Honor recipients. Nevada, admitted 1864.
Nebraska, admitted 1867. Birthplace to 21 Medal of Honor recipients. Colorado, admitted 1876. Birthplace to 13 Medal of Honor recipients. North Dakota, admitted 1889. Birthplace to 6 Medal of Honor recipients. South Dakota admitted 1889, birthplace to 4 Medal of Honor recipients. Montana admitted 1889, birthplace to 4 Medal of Honor recipients. Washington admitted 1889, birthplace to 23 Medal of Honor recipients. Idaho admitted 1890, birthplace to 10 Medal of Honor recipients. Wyoming admitted 1890, birthplace to 3 Medal of Honor recipients. Utah admitted 1896, birthplace to 4 Medal of Honor recipients.
Oklahoma admitted 1907, birthplace to 26 Medal of Honor recipients. New Mexico admitted 1912, birthplace to 11 Medal of Honor recipients. Arizona admitted 1912, birthplace to 16 Medal of Honor recipients. Alaska admitted 1959, birthplace to 2 Medal of Honor recipients. Hawaii admitted 1959, birthplace to 24 Medal of Honor recipients. District of Columbia established 1790, birthplace to 31 Medal of Honor recipients. Puerto Rico, U.S. territory since 1898, birthplace to 8 Medal of Honor recipients. Guam, U.S. territory since 1898.
"33 American Indians have received the Medal of Honor for acts of valor across various conflicts in our nation's history, representing tribal nations across the United States. From every state and territory, and from tribal nations across this country, we honor all who have served and all who gave their lives in defense of the United States of America." Please welcome back to the stage Ms. Karen Durham Aguilera.
Oh my gosh, what a powerful start to the program here at Memorial Day. So as we commemorate America's 250th within these hallowed grounds, it ties our nation's founding to the sacrifices that have preserved them. At Arlington National Cemetery, there are no distinctions between service branch, rank, or religion. No place here can ever be purchased. Each must be earned. Medal of Honor recipients lie next to privates, generals lie next to junior officers, but all are united in their commitment to our country. All have rightfully earned their final resting place through dignified and honorable service. To those with loved ones laid to rest here, a grateful nation shares your loss. Your loved ones' service and sacrifice will always be remembered and their legacy celebrated, and we will always take care of your loved ones. To our veterans and active duty service members, the profound sacrifices you and your families have endured throughout your military careers, time away from home, physical and unseen burden, and the willingness to lay down your lives have shaped and sustained our nation for 250 years. It is this unrelenting commitment to bear the cost of freedom that continues to strengthen our republic today. And thank you to all who have served or are currently serving in any capacity. You remind us that a purpose-driven life often demands immense personal cost. Your example of placing the nation needs above your own inspires us to honor the ultimate sacrifices of those who rest here and to teach future generations the true exacting price of liberty and service to this great country, the United States of America. So thank you all for being here, and again, welcome to Arlington National Cemetery.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our program opening. Please enjoy these selections from the United States Army Band and Chorus. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 158th National Memorial Day Observance at Arlington National Cemetery. The wreath-laying ceremony will begin with the firing of a 21-gun salute, indicating that the President of the United States has entered Arlington National Cemetery. It is requested that all persons viewing the wreath ceremony remain silent and standing. Appropriate honors should be rendered for the playing of the national anthem and during the playing of taps. All personnel in the amphitheater should remain silent and standing and render the appropriate honors during the playing of the national anthem and taps. If you have electronic devices, please set them on silence mode or turn them off. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this musical prelude courtesy of the United States Army Band Pershing Zone under the direction of Colonel Scott McKenzie.
Ceremonial
at peace.
Stand at peace.
Honor guard. Attention. Ceremonial.
Ceremonial
At peace.
Stand at peace.
Honor guard. Attention. Ceremonial.
Ceremonial
At peace.
Stand at peace. Ceremonial.
At peace.
Halt. Stand at ease.
Honor guard. Attention. Ceremonial.
Ceremonial.
At peace.
Halt. Stand at ease.
Honor guard. Attention.
The President of the United States, the Honorable Donald J. Trump, has arrived and is greeted by today's host, the Honorable Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, accompanied by Vice President J.D. Vance, General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Ms. Karen Durham Aguilera, Executive Director, Office of Army Cemeteries and Army National Military Cemeteries, and Major General Antoinette R. Gant, Commanding General of Joint Task Force National Capital Region and the United States Army Military District of Washington.
Honor guard. Attention.
Forces autograph and the United States Army Band are formed and waiting as the President moves to the tomb of the unknown soldiers in place of the Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the playing of the national anthem. The Great flag will be tapped, and while the President observes a moment of silence. Holder!
Ha!
Will begin momentarily. Please hold in place until you are directed to move to your seats.
My eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the faithful lightning on his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching
accompanied by the Vice President, the Secretary of War, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaplain Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Trimble, Deputy Command Chaplain, Joint Task Force National Capital Region, and the U.S. Army Military District of Washington.
In your faith tradition, would you bow with me in a word of prayer? Almighty God, Creator, Sustainer, and Redeemer of all mankind, on this day of remembrance we gather as one people here in America's cemetery, humbled by the cost of freedom and united in gratitude for those who have given their lives in the last full measure of devotion. We remember the soldiers who stood in the breach when liberty was threatened, the sailors who braved the seas in defense of our peace, the airmen who soared into danger so others might live, and the guardians of our homeland who did not return to their families' embrace. From the fields of Gettysburg to the beaches of Normandy, from the hills of Korea to the jungles of Vietnam, from the sands of the Middle East to the skies above distant lands, their courage has been the shield of our nation. Lord, grant us wisdom to honor their memory, not only with words, but with lives worthy of their sacrifice. May we cherish the freedoms they have preserved, defend the justice they have sought, and extend compassion they carried in their hearts. Comfort the families who still feel the ache of absence. May they know their loved ones are not forgotten, that their names are spoken with reverence, and their legacy lives on in the soul of our nation. As we stand among the markers of the fallen, may we be reminded that liberty is never free. It is fought and paid for in courage, in service, and in love. God, we pray for peace, that one day swords may be beaten into plowshares, and no mother need weep for a child lost to war. Until that day, give us strength to be faithful stewards of the freedom entrusted to us. In your holy name, we remember, we honor, and we render thanksgiving. Amen.
Please remain standing and join the United States Army Band Pershing Zone in the playing of our national anthem. General Kane.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Secretary Hegseth, members of the President's Cabinet, distinguished guests, veterans, my fellow Joint Chiefs, my fellow Americans, and most importantly, our Gold Star families. Welcome to Arlington National Cemetery, and thank you for being here on this special day. Memorial Day is a day of remembrance, a day of mourning, and a day of celebrating the great American spirit, and most of all, gratitude. Gratitude for the men and women who stepped forward without hesitation when their nation called and said simply, "Send me." Today, as we gather on this sacred ground, surrounded by rows and rows of beautiful white headstones, we are reminded as Americans that each marker represents a life cut short, an individual story of American courage, tenacity, and grit. This summer, our nation will mark its 250th anniversary, and 2.5 centuries have passed since a group of patriots declared themselves an independent nation. But words alone were not enough to deliver on this declaration. Gaining independence as a nation required action, and a young group of soldiers, sailors, and Marines went out into the battlefields to fight and secure our independence and set the course for our great nation that we know today. Many of them lie here on this hallowed ground. For 250 years, the men and women of America's armed forces have always been willing to sacrifice for something greater than themselves. The patriots buried here connect the frozen encampments of Valley Forge to the cold forests of Europe, the sands of the Pacific to the mountains of Korea, and the jungles of Vietnam to the deserts of the Middle East. Across the centuries, the character, courage, and commitment of the American warfighter has never wavered, and it never will. It's that same warfighting spirit we recently saw in Operation Epic Fury, and we remember and honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice, adding their names to the story of American heroism. To the Gold Star families here today and those watching across this great nation, we know that for you, Memorial Day is not a single date on a calendar. It's literally every single day. You bear a burden that most of us cannot comprehend, but you do so with a grace and resilience that inspires an entire nation. We cannot replace what you've lost, but we can promise you this: your loved ones' names will never be forgotten. Their names are etched into the stones in this great cemetery, but more importantly, woven into the fabric of the story of our nation. May we always strive to be worthy of their sacrifice, and may we honor them by continuing to fiercely defend the nation they died to protect. We will never forget our fallen and their families, and may we always keep in mind our members of the deployed Joint Force right now and their families. It is now my distinct honor and privilege to introduce the Secretary of War and a combat veteran himself. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Pete Hegseth. Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Chairman, thank you. Gold Star families, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us to remember our fallen warriors. From the sacred names of bygone eras to the 13 souls of epic fury. On this sacred occasion for our nation, we take the day for memories of our very best. They now lie in silent rows here at Arlington in more than 170 national cemeteries throughout our nation and across 17 countries around the world. They answered the call when it mattered the most. And they gave the last full measure of devotion so that this great republic of ours might endure. This day began as Decoration Day, when widows and orphans and other mourners placed flowers and ribbons on some 20,000 graves. They were soldiers once, and as they marched off to battle, they sang the lines of the hymn, "In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom which transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on." The mourners of that first Decoration Day knew what we know on this Memorial Day, that these graves are more than names and dates with a dash in between. Each grave marker is a story. The young American on the battlefield away from home, he stayed in contact with loved ones by writing letters. In World War II, they called it victory mail. GIs wrote of coming home and watching sunsets again, of having a cigarette and a beer with their buddies, going to football games and on dates, loving their wives, seeing their children grow tall and great. Different wars, still the same letters today. Those we remember today will never get those sunsets. They'll never get those dates. They'll never get to raise their children. Instead, they were delivered from the battlefields into the arms of a loving Lord and Savior. Their families and their buddies greeting them home with a folded triangle of stars and the piercing sound of a soul bugle playing taps. Picnics, barbecues, and time at the beach, those things are wonderful aspects of Memorial Day weekend, and we should enjoy them for the fallen. They would want it that way. But this solemn day, we must remember that our republic was forged and purchased with blood. American blood. So take pause today and consider the transformation these warriors went through for our nation. Share it with your kids and your grandkids. We must. Ordinary men, when called, can become our heroes. They fought not because they hate what's in front of them, but because they love what's behind them. And so may the ones we remember today live on in every flag that flies. May they live on in every voice of a school child who says the Pledge of Allegiance. May they live in our prayers to Almighty God. Today, with this humble ceremony, we owe at least this, that with every salute, with every ceremony, with every parade, with every prayer, every day and every year, we remember. That by our remembrance, we guard the eternal flame that they lit with the price of their youth. They were Americans from small towns and big cities, and in the words of the Apostle Paul, they stood against the darkness of the world wearing the breastplate of righteousness. They've now gone on to their reward, but we remember them here on this hallowed ground. To them, to those, I say, your watch is finished, but the legacy of what you left is eternal. You raced to the breach so that we could walk in freedom and prosperity. May we live lives worthy of their sacrifice and boldly carry forth their fight for freedom, picking up the sword of the Spirit and charging forward daily. May Almighty God bless our warriors, and may Almighty God bless our fallen and those they love. Always remember, and amen. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome special guest Craig Morgan and the United States Army Band performing Soldier.
while the world's spinning out of control. Afraid of what they might lose, might get screamed or they might get bruised. Yeah, you could try, what's the use? And that's why it's called a moment of truth. Yeah, I'll get it if you need it. I'll search if you don't see it. If you're thirsty, I'll be the rain. If you get hurt, I'll take your pain. I know you don't believe it. I said it and I still mean it. When you heard what I told you, when you get worried, I'll be your soldier. Funny when times get hard, at the last moment when you're supposed to charge. Always on the longest yard. Oh, they feel the beat getting cold. Hiding here and hiding there, fighting underneath the stairs. Yeah, people hiding everywhere, trying to be as still as a stone. So I'll get it if you need it. I'll search if you don't see it. If you're thirsty, I'll be the rain. If you get hurt, I'll take your pain. I know you don't believe it. I said it and I still mean it. When you heard what I told you, when you get worried, I'll be your soldier. You heard what I told you, when you get worried, I'll be your soldier. My aim is true. I wanna show you. I'll try forever. I'm never gonna say surrender. And I'll get it if you need it. I'll search if you don't see it. If you're thirsty, I'll be rain. If you get hurt, I'll take your pain. You don't believe it. I said it and I still mean it. When you heard what I told you, when you get worried, I'll be your soldier. I'll be your soldier. I'll be your soldier. Na 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 na.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vice President J.D. Vance.
Thank you all, and Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, all of our honored guests, but especially our Gold Star families. I want to say just a few things today because I believe that the most important lesson of Memorial Day is perhaps that all of us owe a debt. That we owe a debt to the people who went overseas and gave their lives that the United States might be prosperous and peaceful and free. That we owe a debt to the people who put on a uniform knowing they might never come back. And indeed, today we pay tribute to those who never came back. I think like a lot of veterans, and we're joined by so many of you, sometimes Memorial Day is the most somber and the most sacred of the days on the American calendar. People will come up to our veterans and say things like, Happy Memorial Day, or may you have a blessed Memorial Day. And those of us who served know acutely that today is not for all veterans as much as we love all of our veterans. Today is for those veterans who put on the uniform, who went overseas, and who never came home. When I think about the debt that we owe them, I think about all the things that they gave, which can't be measured in dollars or in the things of this world, but are measured in things like weddings that they never got to attend, children that they never saw grow up, daughters and sons that they never got to hug and kiss again, loved ones, husbands and wives. They traded every moment, from the moment where they gave their lives to the moment where they would ultimately meet their natural end, every single one of those moments they gave up that the United States might remain the freest and best country in the entire world. What an amazing thing. What an amazing gift. On this Memorial Day, I just ask two things of all of our fellow Americans. The first is that we be the very best version of ourselves in honor of those who gave everything that this nation might be worthy. To all the husbands and fathers, that we be the best husbands and dads that we can. To all the mothers and wives, that they be the best moms and wives that they can. To the sons and daughters, that they be the very best version of themselves. And that second, we always remember that every moment that we're able to enjoy with our loved ones, everything that gives our life and our nation meaning and purpose, was given to us often by total strangers who laid down their lives that this might be the best nation in the history of the world. And finally, to our Gold Star families, I hope you know that I will never forget. I'll never forget your loved ones, that the good life that I have and that my family have is fundamentally because you paid a debt that I can never repay. I'll never forget their smiling faces. I'll never forget their skill and bravery in battle. I'll never forget that all the moments that I'm able to have with my family, they're not able to have with theirs. And most of all, I know from every American across every political persuasion that we love you, we're grateful to you, we're proud of you, and we commit to make the United States of America the very best version of itself, and that is how we honor those who gave their lives to this country. And without further ado, it is my great honor to introduce the 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief of these United States, President Donald J. Trump. Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. What a beautiful day, as it turns out. It's just perfect. We'd rather have this than the heat. It's just beautiful. It's always beautiful being here. My 5th time, and it never changes. In advance, Secretary Hegseth, Chairman Kaine, members of the Cabinet, members of the United States Armed Forces, members of the United States Armed Forces, veterans and fellow citizens. Today, here at Arlington, a very special place that held burial grounds, battlefields across the country. And around the world, we unite in solemn observance. With reverent hearts, we honor those who fell so that our republic might stand, those who died so that our nation could live, those who gave up their sacred light on earth so that the sublime light of American freedom would shine forever and ever. This Memorial Day, we salute them, we exalt them, and we thank them for all that we have and for all that they gave. They gave everything. God bless our fallen heroes. We're joined today by some of those they left behind, our incredible Gold Star families, incredible people. To every person here and across America who holds tight to the memory of a warrior taken from them, we will never, ever forget the ones you loved. Gold Star family members, please stand. Receive our thanks, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. My honor. Less than 6 weeks from now, our nation will reach a historic milestone, 250 years of majestic American independence, something. But it's only right that first we remember the immense sacrifice that has been brought to us and this momentous anniversary year. That's what it is. It's a momentous year. Before we hail the founding, we honor the fallen. Before we celebrate the triumph, we pay the tribute. Before we crown the victory, we count the cost. Today we are reminded that there could be no 4th of July without America's armed forces, and there could be no Independence Day without Memorial Day. We owe our liberty, our self-government, the glories of our history, and our very nation itself to the generations who paid for it with everything they had, the ultimate sacrifice. The first Americans to give their lives in battle fell on April 1775, when 8 patriots were cut down by redcoats. Those guns, they were shot on Lexington Green. They had answered the call to muster against a force 5 times their strength. They said at the time, the greatest in the world, in defense of their cherished rights and their cherished liberty. As the British approached Massachusetts, militiamen summoned destiny itself, saying, if they mean to have a war, let it begin right here. Caleb Harrington was 23 years old when he accompanied his father to the Green that day, torn apart from each other in the chaos of combat. That American son died trying to fight his way back to his father. He wanted to get back to Dad. Caleb's cousin Jonathan was struck down at age 31, shot within the sight of his home, and his young wife and child who awaited his return. Jonathan crawled, bleeding, back to them to die on his own doorstep for a final, terrible but beautiful farewell. His widow and orphan were perhaps the very first Gold Star family in a long, unbroken chain that reaches up through the ages to us right here today. When our founding fathers put the ideas of the Declaration of Independence to paper in Philadelphia, they signed and sealed an oath that had already been written in blood by patriots at Lexington, Concord, and Bunker Hill. Their sacrifice birthed the most incredible and exceptional nation in all of history. And our nation is doing better today than it's ever done before. Right? That's right. The cause of independence exploded from that part of the American soul that will not be tamed, that will never be conquered, that will rather face death than to live as slaves to the arbitrary will of another. This is the unyielding spirit that has always set Americans apart and driven generations of American warriors into battle, their chests beating with the cry that says, we will govern ourselves. We will control our destiny. We will bow to no one but the righteous God who made us and who gave us our rights and blessed this land of free and the bravest of the brave. 10 days into the legendary Battle of the Bulge in World War II, Lieutenant Colonel Keith Ware led 11 men and a tank against entrenched German positions, the toughest positions anywhere in the world. Half the patrol, including Ware himself, were soon wounded, yet still he killed 5 enemy riflemen, demolished 3 German machine gun nests, forced a 4th to surrender, and captured the hill. For his heroism, he received the Congressional Medal of Honor. Unlike most drafted soldiers, Ware stayed in the Army and rose to the rank of general, a highly respected general. In Vietnam, as commander of the 1st Infantry, the Big Red One, they called it. Yeah. That's very nice. He led from the front, and in 1968, that's where he was shot down, surveying enemy positions for the famous assault on Hill 222. Known as the Fighting General, he's buried here in Arlington, and with us is his grandson and namesake, Staff Sergeant Keith Ware, an Air Force veteran. Keith, where are you, Keith? Where are you, Keith? Hi, Keith. Thank you very much. Great honor. We're also honored to be joined by a man who, like General Ware, is a veteran of the largest battle in U.S. Army history, the Battle of the Bulge. At 15, Harry Miller lied about his age to enlist and was soon fighting to stop the SS Panzer divisions as part of the famed 740th Tank Battalion, the Daredevils they were called, of which he is among the last surviving members at 97 years old. Within 6 months after the battle, Harry's unit lost 42 comrades. He's remembering them today. Sergeant Miller, it is a true honor to have you with us. Sergeant Miller. And he looks great. Thank you. Many of the greatest men of that generation followed along an epic path from World War II to Korea and to Vietnam. Major Charles Kelly was the father of aggressive dust-off helicopter flying that made Army medical evacuation pilots among the most fearless in Vietnam, the greatest helicopter pilots, they say, that ever lived. Like Sergeant Miller, Charles enlisted to serve in World War II at age 15. He was wounded at the Battle of Aachen and went on to fight in Korea. But flying helicopter ambulances in Vietnam is what etched his name into history. Since I have been here, he wrote in 1964, we have evacuated 1,800 casualties. And in the last 3 months, we've flown 242 hours at night. No other unit can match this, and they flew the most dangerous routes probably in the history of warfare. 2 weeks later, under brutal enemy fire, Kelly refused to withdraw until he had loaded the wounded aboard. As he prepared for takeoff, an enemy bullet pierced his heart. Yet Charles Kelly's heroic life-saving style lived on. His comrades and command passed on to Captain Patrick Henry Brady, and 4 years later, Brady piloted 3 damaged helicopters in turn to evacuate an incredible 51 wounded warriors under intense fire like no one has seen up till that point. For this, he received also the Congressional Medal of Honor. General Brady is with us at 89 years old as we salute his fallen mentor, Charles Kelly. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Sergeant First Class Matthew McClintock enlisted in the Army in 2006 and became a very special Green Beret. In 2016, he found himself in an hours-long firefight with Afghan terrorists. When a comrade was severely wounded, Matthew wanted to find a landing zone for a medevac rescue. Very dangerous, horrible way to be flying. He was reminded on the dangers, but Matthew replied, "We have to save him. We have to do it." Running out in the face of mortars and rocket-propelled grenades, he went to work, but was soon gravely wounded. He was hit from every possible angle. Matthew fell that day, but the soldier he gave his life to save survived and thrived, and Matthew was awarded the Silver Star. We're deeply honored to be joined by Matthew's mother, Joyce, his widow, Allie, and his precious young son, Declan, here to remember Matthew at his grave in Section 60, 10 years later. So Joyce and Allie and Declan, we salute Sergeant Matthew McClintock as an American hero. Please. Thank you. These are tremendous people. These are brave, brave people. In 2 wars recently, we've lost a total of 13 service members. In Venezuela, which was a complete and total victory, where we're working very closely with the Venezuela government right now. We took that over in one day, and we lost no one. In Operation Epic Fury, we lost 13 wonderful souls, wonderful, special people. These incredible men and women gave their lives to ensure that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror will never have a nuclear weapon. Oh, and they won't. They will never have a nuclear weapon. I'm sure you know that. One of them was Major Ariana Savino Lindsay, and we're joined by her great family, Omira, Darren, Zevin, and Wick. Stand up, please. Please. There he is. There he is. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vic. Thank you very much. To all of you, Ariana's selfless gift will not be in vain. Our debt to you is everlasting, and it's always going to end in victory. We're having victories all over the place, more than we've had in many, many decades. Scripture tells us, precious is the sight of the Lord, is the death of his faithful servants. 400,000 souls rest on these grounds, these beautiful grounds, in the sacred soil which is first consecrated in the hours of America's greatest division to be eternal symbol of national unity. It cannot be by chance alone that the very first service member laid to rest here in this place of supreme sacrifice was a Union soldier by the name of Private Christman. Private William Henry Christman of Pennsylvania, who died as 19 years old. He was a great young man, they say. Beside him are more than 18,000 other young men named William, over 20,000 named John, over 13,000 named James, joined over time by Isaac, Elijah, Earls, Hanks, Helens, Wands, Margarets, Marius, Donalds, not too many, and others whose names tell the true story of American greatness, and greatness it is. Here beneath arching trees and white stones so beautiful, these many are made one again, united forever as brothers and sisters in arms and children of our fathers in heaven. From coast to coast, from proud cities to humble towns, and from heartland fields, from every race and religion, they came because They could not bear the thought that the nation they love so much might ask for heroes and hear no answer. But they answered, and they answered very, very loudly at Ticonderoga and San Juan Hill, at Manila Bay and Midway, at Point du Hoc and Busan. The courage of the American warrior has forged a path through every sea and every place that's marked a trail to every corner on the earth. In 250 years, America's heroes have saved more lives, freed more captives, accomplished more good, and spread more hope than any other people at any time in the history of the world. Whole nations, no liberty today. Entire generations, no freedom. Billions and billions of people have been delivered from poverty, tyranny, and oppression because of the sacrifices we honor this day. That's why from Brittany to Sicily, from Panama City to Saipan, from the Netherlands to North Africa to New Zealand, this whole planet is adorned with memorials to America's fallen and to America's greatness, to their courage, carved in marble and engraved in the hearts of all of mankind. We will never forget you. From 1776 to 2026, America has always stood as a great and moral cause. Our warriors are no mere mercenaries. They are guardian angels who stride across the battlefields of history and stand watch over the highest and most beautiful plains the human spirit has ever seen, holding the line between liberty and tyranny, between civilization and barbarism, between good and evil. Wherever the American soldier walks, wherever he fights, wherever he fails, and wherever he falls, he does it for the destiny of a nation like no other. There's never been anybody like you. And for the fate of freedom on this earth, we salute you like nobody has ever been saluted before. By their deaths, those who have gone before us in battle have redeemed the promise of our founding for each future generation. They've not just made the ultimate sacrifice, they've offered the ultimate proof that we Americans do indeed love liberty. We do cherish the self-government given to us by our forefathers. We do believe with all our souls in the mission that God has given to America. And we do intend with all our strength and heart to hold high the torch our heroes handed to us, and we will never, ever let it fall. Thank you very much. You are special, special people. We love you all. God bless the families of the fallen. God bless the men and women who serve. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
The benediction.
Now receive the benediction. God of all creation, we pray you bless our nation, our leaders, and those who make decisions over us with wisdom, unity, and grace toward all. Now may the God of peace, who provides freedom to gather, equip us and guide us as we leave this place. May we carry the burden of the brave who paid the ultimate sacrifice by honoring their legacy through our pursuit of justice and compassion. In your strong name I pray, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome back Craig Morgan and United States Army Band performing Paradise.
Christmas of '89 was a lonely time for me. Panama was probably fine, but it was nothing like Tennessee. I never thought the day would come when I might have to kill a man. I did not sleep a wink that night, but we won for Uncle Sam. Once I was a soldier, not afraid to die. Now I'm a little older, not afraid to cry. Every day I'm thankful just to be alive. When you've been where I've been, any kind of life is paradise. When you've been where I've been, any kind of life is paradise. It's paradise. It's paradise.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able and remain in place as the official party departs and the colors are retired.
Well, there you go from Arlington National Cemetery. Good afternoon, and thanks so much for joining us on this Memorial Day. I'm Matthew Alvarez. As we gear up to celebrate our nation's 250th birthday, some 40 days from today, our focus remains with the United States Armed Forces and to those who served our great country. Now, as we gather some of the notable moments from President Trump's speech in Arlington today, and also we'll go to Pennsylvania, of course, the State Senator Doug Mastriano, the veteran, joined us earlier. We'll go to that interview in just a second. All of this brought to you by some great sponsors, including All Family Pharmacy. Specifically, of course, Americans are tired of being told to wait or jump through endless hoops just to access the medications they may already know they need. So if your health is your responsibility, why does it feel like someone else is always in control? Because that's why more people are now turning to All Family Pharmacy. Whether it's everyday maintenance medications, common antibiotics, or simply being prepared before travel or emergencies, All Family Pharmacy makes the process simple, fast, and secure. No crowded waiting rooms, no unnecessary hassle, just a convenient way to order your medications online from a trusted U.S. pharmacy focused on helping families stay prepared. Because the reality is shortages do happen, delays happen, emergencies happen, and peace of mind starts with being proactive and not reactive, of course. So right now, when you visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, use that promo code RSBN10. You'll save 10% off your order. Being prepared isn't extreme, it's simply common sense. So just go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Before we bring you some more content here on this broadcast, let's go to Birch Gold Group. Specifically, you see it right there. When there are supply constraints on commodities, prices surge. You saw it with fuel prices when the Strait of Hormuz was blockaded. And we also know that gold is a limited commodity. I mean, they mine it out of the ground, and when it's gone, it's gone. Governments can't just print more of it. And that's why everyone from central banks to savvy savers are diversified with gold. And if you've been thinking about it for years but have still never moved some of your savings into physical gold, Birch Gold Group is who we trust to help you. Now through May 29th, just a few days from now, of course, Birch Gold is giving first-time gold buyers a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. So for details and a free information kit on diversifying into gold, just text Trump to that number you see on the screen there, 989898. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. So just text Trump to the number 989898 to see if you qualify for a first-time gold buyer rebate of up to $10,000. All right, so it's 1:25 Monday, May 25th. Of course, it is Memorial Day. I caught up with a great patriot and veteran from Pennsylvania, State Senator Doug Mastriano. And joining us now from Pennsylvania is State Senator Doug Mastriano. Thanks again for joining us, Senator.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's great to see you.
Definitely. Great to see you as well. Thank you for your service. Let's talk about Memorial Day, what it means to you, and also as we get ready to celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary.
Yeah, I think this is really a special Memorial Day. It's more than the beginning of summer. It's more than a 3 or 4 day weekend, depending on your job situation. And it's about pausing and remembering, and especially this year, I mean, every year. You think about the families, the Gold Star mothers, the Gold Star families who lost a loved one in conflict, and it's to honor their sacrifice and to remind us of the freedoms we have and how we got here. I think it's critical and imperative to pause and to remember, and to focus in on how can we leave the nation a little bit better off. Congratulations on your second baby. God has blessed you. How can we leave the nation better off for your kids and our grandkids? That's our responsibility.
Amen. Exactly. And let's shift over to something that you're very familiar with, the Gettysburg National Military Park there. Let's talk about that. I mean, just being there, that's one way people really pay their respects as well. I mean, you think about wars, and those are definitely our great people there that died in that war. So talk to us about Gettysburg a little bit.
Thank you. It's in my Senate district. I want an honor to represent, the Gettysburg battlefield, being in Adams County. I represent Adams and Franklin County. And to go on the battlefield, I remember I used to be a professor at the Army War College and gave many tours, like up to 500 tours, many hundreds of tours on behalf of the Army. And one day I had agreed to give a tour the day after returning from an exercise in the Baltic. 17 hours of travel to come home. I was bent out. I was spent. I was jet lagged. And I was like why did you agree to do this? As I'm driving to the tour to give the battlefield early next morning. And then when I came in on the ridge there, I saw Buford, his statue. I saw General Reynolds on horseback. It's the first thing to greet you as you come from Chambersburg, near where I live. And my spirits revived, because everything the battlefield means, it's the bloodiest battle in North America. 50,000 casualties over 3 days. And the sacrifice, the stories, men laid it on the line here to save our nation. There's bayonet attacks that happened, for Pennsylvania and for our nation. And it seemed like, why? You were defeated. But it bought time for another unit, the 20th Maine, a Little Round Top, to form up to defend that hill. You think about Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain at the base Little Round Top here, outnumbered 3-1 by great soldiers from Alabama. And out of ammunition, down to 200 men. And he led this brilliant bayonet attack that saved our nation here, and not knowing if he'd be successful. Somebody he was called a stupid fool growing up. He had a severe stuttering problem in his youth, and God raised him up to save our nation. God is looking for men and women like Chamberlain, like General Howard, and Sergeant York in World War I, to save our nation, to stand in the gap so that our children and grandchildren can enjoy the same freedoms that we did.
The fact that that's your district, specifically the Gettysburg battlefield, specifically the great Abraham Lincoln, our
yes.
wonderful president, spoke there, giving that Gettysburg address, a government of and by, for the people shall not perish from this land. I'm sure you did exactly what I did, and you stood as close as you could to where he may have given that speech. What's that like to stand there, sir, and to think, those words are still living to this day?
I mean, so it's by the Kentucky Monument in the National Cemetery. And you're right, you can stand there. And you stand there and you think, when Lincoln said on 19 November 1863, 4 months after the battle, and he said you could still smell the stench of death in the air in Gettysburg. But when he said, rather, after he honored the dead, who made everything possible for our nation, but he goes, rather it is for us, the living, to be dedicated to the unfinished work. In 1787 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, during the Constitutional Convention, Benjamin Franklin was asked by Mrs. Powell, a famous socialite in Philadelphia, well, Mr. Powell, what do we have, a monarchy or republic? And he said, a republic if you can keep it. And then when Lincoln said, rather it's for us to be dedicated to the unfinished work, this work is never finished. And the day that we grow weary and sit back and allow our freedoms to be stripped away, as they nearly were in 2020, that's the day we lose our nation. Ronald Reagan said, it only takes a generation to end our republic, to end our freedoms, he specifically said. And he's right. So we have to be vigilant. And it's focusing on Memorial Day for our soldiers, our airmen, our sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardies, and the Guardians, also in the Space Force. But, think beyond. That's critical. It's imperative. But think beyond. What can you do to ensure this republic stands?
Exactly. That leads me to my next question. Let's dive into that a little bit. Of course, I've nothing but respect for you, your service, what you've done for this country, what you're doing for this country. And then on top of that, a lot of people are listening to what you have to say on X. You've got a lot of followers on there too. So what can be done to preserve our freedom for another 250 years? Would it be to start by passing the Save America Act? I mean, what needs to be done to keep our freedoms intact?
Clearly what Donald Trump is doing here is designed to save our nation. For far too long, so few Americans got into the arena, because I remember when I was retiring from the Army, that's all I wanted to do, Matthew, to serve in the Army. And then I got too old, and the Army's like, mandatory retirement, you need to, let the younger people come in behind you. And I was complaining about my the situation for the country as retired, less freedoms, less, more burdens, more taxation. And as I was complaining, and it's so easy, blame the people in D.C. or Harrisburg, respectively. And then this young man looked over at me on this small radio station in Chambersburg and said, well, Colonel, I was in uniform. Well, Colonel, do something about it. And so that triggered us getting into politics and calling on more people to get into the arena, as Teddy Roosevelt would have it. Stop complaining. If you're not voting, you have no right to complain, in my book. I mean, you can do whatever you want. It's America. But if you can't even vote, don't even bother complaining, because you're part of the problem. So vote. And if you see an opportunity to serve in politics, that icky world, then maybe God is calling you for such a time as this.
And on top of that, in the information war that we find ourselves in, because we know that the mainstream media, the leftists, they want to just shut people like you down. They don't want you saying what you say on X, right?
Yeah, I mean, I dedicate him. I'm no one special. I'm no hero, but I did serve with heroes, around the world. But it's disheartening when you serve your country fully for 30 years, willing to put your life on the line, deploying to combat zones, many times. And once again, I'm no hero, but that was my job and I loved it. But then to come back and be called Christian nationalist, a way for the left to call you basically a Nazi. And I don't mean to denigrate what happened in the Holocaust for our Jewish viewers here, but that's their intention, to call you some kind of ridiculous radical. And it's just somebody who loves his country. And I'm asking, viewers, you're going to get the hate. They're going to oppress you and call you names. And it's not fun, especially, being an officer, you're worried about your reputation, and the media just blankets you with crap here to try to shut you up. What's the purpose? Think about our country, the freedoms. It's the bright shining light on the hill that Ronald Reagan talked about here. Think about your children and grandchildren as well. What legacy will we leave them? Do we want freedom to endure? And if so, then absorb the shock and the hate and even the politicization of the Department of Justice in many cases, and press on towards the goal.
That's exactly right. You're inspiring me a lot right now, sir. I mean, you think about truth, you think about our beliefs, of course, are in Jesus Christ of Nazareth, our Christian faith. And so we know that the truth has always been getting, some hate. It's because it's true. And, I'm just glad that you're on the right side of history. I'm on the right side of history. Most of our viewers are, and hopefully more people will join us. Because again, let's just close it up with, it's common sense, isn't it? Isn't this all about God, family, and country?
Jesus said in John chapter 14, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. That's who he is. And he is, no one gets to the Father but through him. And, facts are stubborn things. On the wall of the house in Harrisburg, the State House, it says, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. That's from, the same gospel. And one last final thought here to wrap a ribbon on this is that, Jesus also said, greater love has no one than this, but to lay down his life for a friend. Our veterans do that. Our first responders do that. Our police do that. And think about them this Memorial Day and the sacrifice and daily commitment they have and they make here to ensure that we could walk as free men and women. Our motto during the reopen movement here in Pennsylvania was John 8:36. If the Son set you free, you're free indeed. If Jesus set you free, you'll know freedom. And freedom is all about everything our nation was built upon.
Walk as a free people, right? So Pennsylvania State Senator Doug Mastriano, thanks again for joining us, your insight, your friendship. Thanks again.
Thank you for having me on. God bless you.
God bless you, sir. All right, so great to see Senator Mastriano right there, of course, and some of the various videos that we gathered here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Before we go to some of President Trump's most notable moments, or at least a few notable moments of his speech in Arlington, Virginia, let's go to some of our sponsors. In the meantime, specifically, as you'll see on your screen, Cove Pure right there. You've heard us talk a lot about Cove Pure before, but if the water scares in Flint, Michigan and East Palestine, Ohio weren't enough to get you to make the switch, well, this might, because more than 176 million Americans are drinking tap water with PFAs in it. They're the man-made chemicals used in food packaging, non-stick cookware, firefighting foam. Scientists call them forever chemicals because once they're in your body, they stay there, they don't break down, and then they're linked to hormone disruption, immune damage, and increased cancer risk. But here's the part that's making a number of people upset, because the EPA, they did their job. They set legal limits for PFAS in drinking water back in 2024, but water systems around the country have until 2031 to comply. Of course, that's a whole 5 years from now, and until that deadline arrives, the utility can be operating above the legal limit right now, and they're not required to notify you about it. So you're just drinking that tap water with that horrible aftertaste. That's why every single household needs Cove Pure, because, the government knows these chemicals are harmful enough to regulate. They're just not making anyone act on it quite yet. Now, recently, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin announced a $1 billion grant for smaller communities to get rid of the forever chemicals. But in the meantime, if you want clean, healthy water, you're going to have to do this yourself. And Cove Pure was engineered exactly for this. Unlike the normal pitcher filters that you see out there at the store, their Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants. So those PFAs, heavy metals, pharmaceuticals, fluoride. This thing filters particles hundreds of thousands of times smaller than a single human hair. And then the best part about Cove Pure is they make it so easy it sits right on your countertop. You don't have to drill any holes or call someone in to install it. You just plug it in. You can even get whatever temperature water you want, hot, cold, or warm, with the tap of a button. So don't wait till 2031. Take control of your water quality right now. Head to covepure.com/RSBN. And because you're a viewer of this broadcast, you'll get $250 off right now. That's covepure.com/RSBN. Let's go to our next sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. As you see, it is Angel Paste. Now, Angel Paste Miracle Cream does wonders for your skin because the hundreds of 5-star reviews of RSBN viewers themselves tells you all you need to know about this great American-owned company. Everything is sourced and made in the United States of America. Angel Paste Miracle Cream was created 15 years ago and has been getting rave reviews ever since. And for a limited time, there's a gift set available on the website as well, 4 small bottles of some of the greatest skincare products out there. Just go to angelpaste.com. Use that RSBN code for 10% off. As we're approaching 1:40 Eastern Time, thanks so much for live streaming in. We have a few more things to get to before we wrap up this live broadcast. Of course, tonight, the National Memorial Day Observance. You can check out your local listings, as they used to say, but instead this time check on Rumble, check on YouTube, check X, check our website, our app. They'll have all the details of when various things are playing. And of course, this is a somber holiday, Memorial Day, and we'll get back into that 24/7 news cycle starting tomorrow. And who knows, I mean, we've seen breaking news happen where we have to come in at 11 o'clock at night, which was the White House Association, Press Association dinner from a while ago. So we're always, keeping our eyes on what's going on out there. Now, in case you missed it, West Virginia State Senator Chris Rose joined the broadcast earlier today. We're going to take a look at that. Actually, you know what? Let's go to President Trump. Let's go to some of President Trump's notable moments that were just heard here on Right Side.
Joined today by some of those they left behind, our incredible Gold Star families, incredible people. To every person here and across America who holds tight to the memory of a warrior taken from them, we will never, ever forget the ones you loved. Gold Star family members, please stand. Receive our thanks, please. Thank you. Today, here at Arlington, a very special place, that how burial grounds, battlefields across the country and around the world, we unite in solemn observance. With reverent hearts, we honor those who fell so that our republic might stand, those who died so that our nation could live, those who gave up their sacred light on earth so that the sublime light of American freedom would shine forever and ever. This Memorial Day, we salute them, we exalt them, and we thank them for all that we have and for all that they gave. They gave everything. Less than 6 weeks from now, our nation will reach a historic milestone, 250 years of majestic American independence. Something. But it's only right that first we remember the immense sacrifice that has been brought to us and this momentous anniversary year. That's what it is. It's a momentous year. Before we hail the founding, we honor the fallen. Before we celebrate the triumph, we pay the tribute. Before we crown the victory, we count the cost. Today we are reminded that there could be no 4th of July without America's armed forces, and there could be no Independence Day without Memorial Day. We owe our liberty, our self-government, the glories of our history, and our very nation itself to the generations who paid for it with everything they had, the ultimate sacrifice.
And speaking of our founding, specifically General George Washington, a quote from that book, 1776 by David McCullough. The quote from General George Washington: "Perseverance and spirit have done wonders in all ages." And then you see there, this was video I took yesterday. Literally was at Lowe's, and I saw that there was a whole makeshift kind of memorial right there in the Lowe's parking lot in Alabama. So yeah, always have an eye out for anything that's patriotic wherever I go. These are some photos that are some stock footage photos from various times in D.C. Before we go back to West Virginia for State Senator Chris Rose, a great patriot there, doing great things for the country, specifically from the Mountaineer State. Let's go to a couple of our sponsors in the meantime, specifically Tax Network USA. And there's a lot of questions out there. A lot of people are facing these days. Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, or have you filed every year but you're still owing, or you still keep owing? Did you retire and suddenly get hit with a tax bill you didn't expect? Or are you a business owner with some messy books and a balance you just can't afford? Or maybe you pulled money from a 401k or IRA early and now the IRS wants its share. However your tax issue started, the outcome is the same. Your balance is not going down. Penalties grow, interest compounds, and a lot of people, they have received a refund, but a number of people have had to owe again this year. So the IRS, of course, is not waiting. The IRS is enforcing collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, and property seizures. They can even file for you without your consent. So this is where Tax Network USA comes in. With over 15 years in business, there hasn't been a tax case they haven't seen or resolved. They actually specialize in tax controversies and help taxpayers nationwide get back on track by resolving back taxes and unfiled returns once and for all. So whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their team has resolved more than $1 billion in tax debt. And they can do the same for you, but you have to call now. They're offering a free investigation call with the IRS. And after that investigation, they put a clear case plan in place to resolve your tax problem and get you back on track. This is all about using your legal rights to take control before the government sets the terms for you. So don't wait for another IRS letter or a frozen bank account. Just call 877-479-6503. That's 877-479-6503. Or you can go to tnusa.com/RSBN, tnusa.com/RSBN. One more sponsor here for you. Let's take a minute to speak to all the parents watching today. It's no secret that our kids are often fed incomplete and inaccurate lessons in school about American history and our nation's incredible journey. With America's 250th birthday coming up, specifically 40 days from today, it's more important than ever to raise the next generation of informed, patriotic young Americans who love this country. And that includes making sure our kids have the truth about our nation's founding, values, and remarkable story. Our friends at the Kids Guide have put together a fantastic new guide titled The Kids Guide to America's 250th Birthday, giving kids the inspiring truth about what makes America one of the greatest nations in history. And they're giving this all away for free at freeusagift.com. Plus, when you request your copy, they're also giving you a second free guide called The Kids Guide to America's Greatness, a must-read for every child. So head on over to freeusagift.com right now to get these free guides for your family and help celebrate America's 250th birthday the right way. All right, great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's been quite the morning. We've been live for several hours. Of course, if you missed any of the coverage, you could always replay at the end or just go ahead and scrub back if you'd like. As we're seeing various photos from around the country, a lot of parades, of course, today honoring our fallen. And let's go to West Virginia in the meantime. State Senator Chris Rose stopped by the broadcast. Let's check it out. Joining us now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network is West Virginia State Senator Chris Rose. Senator, thank you again for joining us.
Pleasure as always, Matt. Thank you for having me on.
You are a great patriot there in the Mountaineer State. So, one of the questions that we're asking a number of our guests today, what does Memorial Day mean to you as we get ready to celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary?
You're absolutely right. You got a big birthday coming up for America, 250. But Memorial Day to me is a day to remember the most important heroes in American history, those who have paid the ultimate price for the freedom that you and I enjoy here today. People say that we live in an era where there are no heroes. To quote Ronald Reagan, they simply just don't know where to look. Whether it's, the Arlington National Cemetery, or right here in West Virginia, we have the Grafton Cemetery. There's so many patriots, so many veterans have been willing to lay down their lives and pay the ultimate sacrifice so America could still be the greatest nation in the world and still be free here today. And that's what it means to me. Somebody who comes from a family of veterans, my brother, my uncles, my grandfathers all served in the Great World Wars and Vietnam and all the way down to Operation Iraqi Freedom. I say thank you to them, but also more importantly to those that didn't make it back home.
Exactly. And that's what today's all about. But what can be done as well to preserve our freedom for another 250 years? Would it be passing the Save America Act? What's your opinion on that?
So first and foremost, you actually took my first talking point away. That would be the Save America Act. The fact that the U.S. Senate has had this in their hands for numerous days now, several weeks now. It's getting pretty pathetic, if you ask me, which is why you see President Trump coming out and endorsing, Ken Paxton over Cornyn. You're starting to see that frustration bleed out into these Republican primaries because this is a slam dunk. Over 80% of Americans across party lines, all the way across no matter which political affiliation they are, want the Save America Act. They believe you should have an ID to vote. You have to have an ID to drive. You have to have an ID to fly. You have to have an ID to buy a gun. But you don't have to have one to vote. The most important action we get to do as a civic duty as an American citizen, which is decide who's going to help, guide this republic and make those important decisions. We're not going to have an ID to verify who's voting. But in addition to that, we need to codify the Trump executive orders. It's very important because we don't know what's going to happen in 28 and going forward. I'm pretty confident we'll win the presidency in 28, but you don't want to take it for granted. We have to codify the America First agenda that has been laid out by this president, and we have to do it sooner than later because you don't even know what the midterms is going to look like. We're starting to gain momentum going into the midterms, but why take it for granted? That's what we do to preserve this country for the next 250 years, is to codify the America First agenda.
And exactly. And then the last thing we'd want to see is the midterms go the leftist way, the presidential election the same in 28, and then our country might not look the same, at least for that 4-year presidential cycle. But we don't even want to mess with that, do we?
No, you're exactly right. So, it's just like the people that keep saying they don't want to, end the filibuster and pass the Save America Act. Well, let me go ahead and tell you what America looks like if you don't. If you don't do that and the Democrats get back in there, make no mistake about it. They are nuking the filibuster. They are packing the Supreme Court. They're going to undo everything from President Trump all the way back to Ronald Reagan, everything good that has been done in this country. They are going to undo it. They are going to pass a radical leftist communist ideology into law, and it will be hard pressed to ever regain Congress, let alone the Oval Office.
I would argue back to Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln later in the presidential situation there, because they're against our basic freedoms, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. So this is a lot at stake, isn't it?
No, absolutely. So if you want a small preview of what it would be like if they get their way with this, look what's happening in New York City right now with Mondami. That's what you're going to get nationwide if we do not codify the America First agenda, support President Trump, and pass the Save America Act. Because if those type of people, which is, sorry, folks, that is the Democrat Party of today, if those type of people are allowed to get control of Congress and get control of the White House, that is exactly what America's future is.
West Virginia State Senator Chris Rose, thank you again for joining us, your insight, your friendship, and also being a great patriot there in the Mountaineer State.
Thank you. Happy Memorial Day, and God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Amen. All right, so we go from West Virginia back here to Alabama, of course, as we see various photos and videos from Memorial Day across this country. Let's go to some of our sponsors before we wrap up this broadcast, and we'll have a final note to share with you about tonight's coverage as well. So Americans, of course, are tired of being told to wait or jump through endless hoops just to access medications they may already know that they need. If your health is your responsibility, why does it feel like someone else is always in control? That's why more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy, a great American independent pharmacy, because whether it's everyday maintenance medications or common antibiotics or simply being prepared before travel or emergencies, All Family Pharmacy makes the process simple, fast, and secure. No crowded waiting rooms, no unnecessary hassle, just a convenient way to order your medications online from a trusted U.S. pharmacy focused on helping families stay prepared. Because the reality is shortages happen. Delays happen, emergencies happen. And peace of mind starts with being proactive instead of reactive. And right now, when you visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, you can use that RSBN 10 promo code. You'll get 10% off your order. Because being prepared isn't extreme, it's just common sense. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You see that QR code there and the RSBN 10 promo code to get you that 10% off. Also, mypillow.com/RSBN. Save up to 80% on various products there with mypillow.com/RSBN. As you guys know, a lot of quality products from MyPillow. Not only the great MyPillow, but there's a ton of other products that you probably already have. Some of you don't, and maybe you have maybe you've had the same pillow for a while. You just want to get another one. MyPillow.com is the spot to do it. /RSBN. So great sponsor. Of course, a shout out to the great Mike Lindell as well. All right, so it's 1:53 Monday, May 25th. Of course, this is Memorial Day. For all of us at Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern for the National Memorial Day Observance for an evening of stories and service. We'll see you tonight at 8.